couple inches, just so the camera, we're having problems seeing people when you guys moved around, so I gave them a little bit more space. Any other issues we need to talk about from the state's perspective?
Not at this time.
And Mr. Packard?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I think the jury is just coming up right now. Again, just before I bring them in, again, we might go a little bit past noon today, and I'll still take a break, and then I have that hearing at 1 o'clock, which is closed. Just to remind everybody it's closed, so please don't walk in between 1 and 1:30. The light outside will turn off once we're done, but give everybody opportunity to leave for that hearing. And then we'll start probably back up at 1:30, 1:45, something like that. Okay, jury's here. Let's bring them in. Everybody may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. As I said, we might start early if we're all here and we're all ready to go, so we can get going. I forgot about notification. Everything's okay for notification for this.
For victim contact, Judge? Yes.
Forgot to ask that earlier. I want to call your name.
Your Honor, the state calls Trevor Naleed to the stand. Could you please state your full name and spell it, please?
My name is Trevor Naleed, Trevor Naleid.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And what is your position at the crime laboratory?
I'm a senior forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
About 12 and a half years.
Please describe the work you do as a forensic analyst or scientist.
I examine evidence for the presence of biological fluids. I then attempt to extract DNA from those items and then make comparisons.
What position is that?
I am a member of our crime scene response unit. I'm a team leader.
And can you describe for the jury what the crime scene response unit is?
It's a voluntary program that anybody can volunteer for. So we have people from all different disciplines, evidence technicians, photographers, DNA, latent prints, etc. It's a two-part process. When you first come on, you start as a photographer. So you undergo an approximately year-long training. basically learning all of the buttons and exactly how to use a camera, manual settings, etc. And then you're basically taking pictures in all sorts of different scenarios, darkness, bright light, and then different types of evidence as well. So like tire tracks, footwear impressions, latent prints. So that's why it takes a year.
Latent prints, that refers to fingerprints that may have been left behind.
Correct.
How long have you been with the crime scene response team?
I started in 2015. I was signed off for photography in 2016, July of 2016.
As part of your position, have you prepared or do you have a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Nallad, may I approach and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is, please?
This is my statement of qualifications, otherwise known as a CV.
CV meaning curriculum vitae.
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury your educational background?
I got my bachelor's degree in biochemistry from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse, and I have a master's degree from the University of Florida in forensic DNA and serology.
Besides that education, did you have additional training to become a DNA analyst?
Yes, I did.
Can you please describe that training?
Sure. I underwent approximately a year-long internal training program encompassing all aspects of DNA collection. It's a 4-step process, so extraction, getting the DNA off of whatever it came in on, whether it's an item of clothing or a swab. So next step is quantitation, which is the step that tells us how much DNA is there. We use the value from the quant step for amplification, so we know how much we need to amplify the sample. And then the 4th step is typing, where we actually get the profile. After we get the profile, we'll then do the same steps with standards from known individuals on the case, and then compare the profiles at the end. After that, we'll calculate statistics based off of the profiles, and then generate a report. The training itself also included mock court, 2 mock cases, and pretty much it.
So during the year-long training, did you have to, was there any testing, proficiency, knowledge-based before you started working cases?
Yes, there's a competency test, which is 2 different cases. For that, once you're signed off as a DNA analyst, you undergo proficiency testing twice a year.
During the process of training, can you estimate how many DNA samples you processed while in training?
Approximately 175.
I'm sorry, going back to exhibit number 64, your statement of qualifications, believe that particular copy was prepared in 2020. Does that appear to be accurate?
Yes.
Is the information contained on there accurate as to your qualifications in 2020?
Yes.
And is it still accurate today, or what modifications or additions would you make?
This list has how many times we testified in court as well as our training. So I've undergone a few continuing education events or trainings, So other than that and the total number of court testimonies, I think it's pretty much the same.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 64.
No objection. Received.
Is your, does your laboratory hold any accreditations?
Yes.
Can you say what it is and what it means?
Sure. We are accredited under the ISO 17025-2017 international accreditation. Essentially, it's a voluntary program that any crime lab can undergo to show that it meets established standards. What controls our proficiency testing.
And what does proficiency testing mean?
It's tests that we have to do twice a year just to show that we get the results that are expected. So we ship off our results to a company that verifies that we got the expected results to show that we know what we're doing, essentially.
Are there any other inspections or quality assurance steps as part of this accreditation?
I don't know the exact time frame, but I believe we have an in-person audit every 4 years, and then we do an internal audit every other year. Every 2 years, I should say, I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Go ahead.
No, I am showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 65 and 66. Can you identify those for me?
Yes, I can. These are the certificates of accreditation from the ANAB National Accrediting Board.
And are these accreditations held by your laboratory currently?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 65 and 66.
Is there a distinction between 65 and 66?
Oh, 65 is a general certificate of accreditation. 66 is the scope, meaning the areas that they're certified.
Okay. Any objection? No objection. Will be received.
So, since receiving your training as a DNA analyst, approximately how many DNA cases have you worked?
Over 500.
And how many DNA samples have you processed as a trained analyst?
Over 2,200.
And are you able to estimate how many times you have performed duties on the crime scene response team?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's so variable. Sometimes you can go 3 months without getting called out. Sometimes you get called out 4 times in a week.
So you can't estimate, but you've done it multiple times.
Yeah, I would say I've been to at least 50 scenes. I know I've been to 27 different counties for scenes.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in courts of law?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court recognize Mr. Naled as an expert in both DNA and in crime scene collection.
I mean, technically, the court does not recognize experts. It's up to them. Is there any objection as them testifying as experts?
Judge, I guess solely within the scope of any notice that was filed by the state.
For the limited purpose, yes.
So were you called, in your capacity as a crime scene response team member, were you called to La Crosse County at a time in 2019 to perform, to examine a vehicle that was in evidence at the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was.
Can you describe what was requested of you and what you did?
We were informed that an individual had notified police that there was a domestic incident the night before. She had returned to her house and found him in a snowbank. The vehicle, which was, I believe, a 2019 red Dodge Ram Rebel truck, was seized, and we were to look at the underside of that for any possible evidence.
And can you describe for the jury what general process you as a crime scene response team member takes when examining a vehicle in the manner that you were asked to do on, and the day you responded was March 19th of 2019?
Correct.
So what is the general process that you would do to examine a vehicle?
Usually we have a team lead and a photographer. Depending on the complexity of the scene, we may have one or two additional people. In this case, it was just myself and a photographer. The first thing that they'll do is take overall photographs of the vehicle as is, so every single direction around it, and then anything that you can see underneath. In this case, we were only asked to look at the exterior of the vehicle, so we did not do any interior investigation. Typically, we will inventory all items that are inside. We did not do that in this case.
Do you have any procedures or any tools to make sure that you don't forget any steps in your process?
We have a sort of checklist that we kind of go through.
And did you fill one out on this date?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Can you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, this is the technical review checklist. So when I completed the report, this is actually for the photo log. So the photographer will actually do a photo log of each individual picture and make a short description of what the picture is. And so as the team lead, I was the technical reviewer for this.
And so you were the technical reviewer, and those are your initials on this document.
Correct.
And is there anything about this document that indicated that procedures were not followed in terms of documenting the vehicle photographically?
No.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 67.
No objection.
Received.
Mr. Nallett, I just handed you exhibits number 68 and 69. Can you describe for the court what exhibit 68 is?
Exhibit 68 is a printout of the photos that were taken by the photographer, Sammy Delphos.
And you were the team leader on the date that those photographs were taken?
Correct.
And those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict the Dodge Ram pickup truck and the items you located during your examination?
Yes, they do.
Does it appear that the photographs have been altered in any way?
No.
I did also hand you Exhibit 69, which is a USB drive with a label, copy of, I think it says Crime Lab photos, something like that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you made aware that that's an exact copy of the paper printout that you have?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, I would move for admissions of Exhibits 68 and 69.
Oh, gotcha. Receive.
Permission to publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
So this is just a title slide describing the following photos. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yep.
Please. This second photograph, can you describe what it's depicting, please?
We call that a photo slate, and it just has our case number, the date, the location, and then the initials of the photographer.
Is there any significance to the rulers on the sides or the colors at the bottom?
The colors are for the color correction that our photography unit is to make sure that everything is as it was viewed in person. The scale is for if we need to scale any photographs, or sometimes we'll put other scales next to items just to show the exact size of them, so that if pictures are either enlarged or made smaller, that it still shows the same scale.
What is this a photograph of?
This would be a photograph of the VIN number of the vehicle.
VIN standing for vehicle identification number?
Correct.
And is that a unique number to each vehicle that's manufactured?
Yes, it is.
And why do you take a picture of that?
Just to show that we are examining the vehicle that is on the search warrant. We'll check the VIN inside the vehicle as well as the search warrant to make sure that they match.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe what we are seeing in this particular photograph?
This is the front driver's corner of the vehicle in question.
And you mentioned earlier that you take pictures of the outside to document its condition.
Correct.
Was there any, did you note anything specific when examining the exterior of the vehicle?
Just that it was dirty, had a lot of road soot on it, but other than that, it was basically a brand new vehicle. Very good condition.
Just briefly describe what we're seeing here.
Would be the driver's side of the vehicle in question.
And you can see it basically from the side view mirror to the rear taillight.
Correct.
And what is this?
This would be the same side of the truck, just from the back corner, back driver's side corner.
And next. And what is this?
Slightly angled view of the same thing, just showing the back left corner as well as part of the tailgate and trailer hitch of the truck.
Now, I'd like to just ask you a question about what we're seeing here. On the left side, or I'm sorry, the right side of the screen, do you recall what that is? The white object that's all along the right side of the screen?
The garage, I mean, you're talking about the garage door?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And do you happen to recall, like, in what manner this vehicle was stored? Was it secured?
It was in the evidence storage unit of the sheriff's office. Yes.
And so that is a secured area?
Yes.
Okay. That's that. Can you please describe what this photograph is depicting?
This would be the rear passenger side of the same truck, looking toward the front of the vehicle.
And this photograph?
Same side of the vehicle, right side, passenger side, just more towards the front, a little bit of the rear passenger door as well as the front passenger door.
And what is this angle?
This would be from the front right passenger corner looking at the vehicle.
So after you took those photographs around the vehicle, did you take the vehicle anywhere else to examine it?
Yes.
And where did you take it?
The vehicle was brought across the street to D's, I don't know the correct full name, but it was D's Auto Care or something similar to that.
Is that the mechanic or repair shop that's right next to the area where this vehicle was stored?
Yes, it's basically just across the street.
And how was this vehicle transported there?
It was driven over.
And did you have any concerns about evidence integrity driving it for that short distance?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why not?
I was informed, well, first of all, we're looking at this vehicle approximately a month after the initial incident happened. It had been driven since then. I was informed that there was a snowstorm the night that this happened, so it would be expected that the roads would be wet. It would not be surprising to have any evidence washed away. The day that we came up to look at it, it was dry and we were just going across the street. So it's reasonable to expect that if we were going to lose evidence, it would have been gone already at that point. And I didn't think going across the street would any additional evidence.
You mentioned that the vehicle had been driven prior to this. Were you informed by whom?
Section of calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
So when you got to D's, auto care specialist, how did you further examine the vehicle?
The truck was put on a lift and lifted up in the air so we could get underneath it and look at the underside better.
And this is image 10 from your photographs. Does this depict the underside of the vehicle and the lift?
Yes, it does.
Can you just point out which part is the lift?
The yellow parts on the bottom left and bottom right corners are the lift.
And can you explain what the jurors are seeing in this particular photo?
Sure. This would be a picture from the rear of the vehicle. You can see the spare tire, and then the rear axle and the rear tires.
Now, did you or the photographer use any specialized equipment in doing your examination of this vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Can you explain what specialized equipment you used?
We used what's called an alternate light source. It's you can change the wavelength of the lights depending on what you're looking for, so it's used for a wide variety of things. One of them being hairs and fibers.
So would a juror, or I guess somebody who's not in the scientific field, be familiar with something like that, like a black light to illuminate body fluids somewhere?
Yes, that's another thing that it's used for, is detecting body fluids.
And also, in the process of taking these photographs, did you have a method for marking which photographs may be significant for your findings?
Could you expand on that?
Sure. Let me ask this question. Did you find any items underneath this vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And when you found those items, what did you do?
We would put typically on a normal scene, you would put a tent marker down, which is just the marker with a number on it. In cases like this, where you can't just set a marker down because you're underneath the vehicle, we'll put a sticker with a number on it.
So you said this is the underneath side of the vehicle. I don't see any stickers, so this does not indicate you found anything in this particular. Is that accurate?
This would be before we actually started marking items of evidence, so this is an expansion of the overall photographs that we took while it was in the evidence storage unit.
Okay, thank you. Next photograph, please. Can you describe what this picture depicts?
This is also the underbody of the vehicle with a skid plate on the left side.
That's the long black ridged object.
Correct.
And what's in the middle?
Right here would be the drive shaft of the vehicle.
Next photograph, please. And what does this depict?
This would be the underside of the vehicle from the front looking toward the rear. The drive shaft that we just talked about right here.
Next photo, please. And what is this?
This is basically the same picture, just taken a couple of steps back. So it's from the front looking towards the rear of the vehicle, underbody.
Is there a reason why the body of the vehicle looks white at the top?
I don't know why that is, no.
And these photographs were taken all together, and you did the technical, checklist, so you are certain that this vehicle displayed is the same?
Yes.
Next photo, please. What does this depict?
This appears to be just behind one of the wheels of the vehicle, the running board.
I'm going to be describing this, I guess, based on, position. The tire that we see in the right, is that the front or the rear of the vehicle? Can you tell?
I believe it is the front.
Next photograph, please. What does this picture depict?
It appears to be the rear of the vehicle with the muffler. Rear right side.
Please. And what does this show?
This would be just behind the front driver's side wheel with half of the wheel and then the running board.
The next photograph, please. And what does this show?
That also appears to be the front of the vehicle, the front right passenger wheel.
Next photo, please. And what does this show?
This is similar to the picture 2 pictures ago, the front driver's side wheel with running board.
Next picture, please. And what does this show?
Appears it's the front driver's side tire, the front bumper.
Next, please. And what does this show?
The rear driver's side tire with the running boards.
Next photograph, please. And what is this showing?
The rear driver's side tire with the back bumper and muffler.
Next photo, please. And what is this showing?
This would be one of the tires. I'm unsure which one, just by looking at this picture.
Is there something that would help you? That's okay. And this is still just general overview, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Next photo, please. Can you explain what this is?
It appears to be the same tire that was just taken without the illumination in the middle.
Next photo, please. Can you explain what this is, please?
Oh, those are the tent marker, or the sticker markers that I was talking about before. So that would be the first item that we marked.
Did you take notes as you located items?
I did, yes.
And what sort of things do you note when you're doing the processing of the evidence?
What it is, how long it is, color. Typically, that's it. What it looks like, I guess.
Now, do you recall, so in this photograph you have the marker that some evidence was found. Do you recall what was found here in with item 1?
I don't remember specific items. I know generally all items that we actually collected were apparent hairs or apparent fibers, and there was one possible fabric imprint.
Would something, excuse me, would your receipt of physical evidence that was prepared refresh your recollection as to what is depicted in item with this photograph?
Yes, it would.
Any what's been marked as Exhibit 70? Is that your receipt of physical evidence?
Yes, it is.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what is depicted with item sticker 1?
Yes, it does.
What is depicted in this photograph?
That was an apparent hair near the front right passenger tire, brown in color.
And in this particular photograph, are you able to see that hair?
No.
Now, when you find an item like this in hair, or you mentioned fibers, can you describe for the jury what your process is to document and collect it?
We'll first put that sticker on there, take photographs of it. Kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's a very small scale underneath the number so that you can do what we talked about before, where it will stay the same size relative to the size of the picture. For collection purposes, then we'll take a sterile tweezers. We have plastic ones. We also have metal ones that we'll use a 10% bleach solution to clean to make sure that it's sterile in between uses. And then we will take the hair or fiber and stick it to the sticky part of a Post-it note. Those work very well because the tack on them is enough to hold it in place, but not enough to typically destroy the hair or fiber, whatever it is. We'll then fold the Post-it note onto itself and then put that into a larger package. Evidence tape seal it, initial it, label it, and then hand it over to whichever officer is going to be taking it.
Is that process completed for each item recovered, so they're separately packaged and sealed?
Yes.
How do you ensure that there is no contamination on the sticky notes or Post-it note before you use that?
It's only used one time ever. So once we use one, we don't reuse it, we'll throw it out.
Next slide, please. Can you describe what's in slide 25, please?
I believe that is the same number 1 marker, just from a different angle.
And is there a different light source being used as well?
It looks like the flash maybe was not directed at the actual item in this photo.
Are you able to see the hair in this particular photograph?
I don't believe so.
Next slide, please. Can you please describe what this is?
That would be unraveling black electrical tape near the axle on the front passenger side of the vehicle.
Why did that catch your attention?
I'm not a car expert, but for the truck being less than a year old, I just mark things down or make note of things that just didn't look like they should. Essentially, the electrical tape was unraveling a little bit. Whether or not that had to do with anything, not for me to determine. I'm not an expert, so I just marked it.
And did you collect that item?
We did, yes,
Okay. And that was item number 2?
correct.
And how did you package that?
I do not know off the top of my head. If it was a standard item of evidence, which it was, I would assume we put it in an envelope or a small brown bag, and then evidence tape sealed it.
Next slide, please. And so can you describe what's depicted in photo 27?
That just appears to be a zoomed-in photo of what we were just talking about with the electrical tape and then with the number 2 sticker applied.
Next photo, please. What are we looking at here in Exhibit 28?
So this is a view of the underside with the drive shaft right here, and then a skid plate.
What is a skid plate?
Skid plate, usually metal, it protects the underside of the car, so if you run over rocks or something large, it's not going to rip apart the bottom of the vehicle.
And next slide, please. And what is this a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the drive shaft of the vehicle.
Next photograph, please. So I see there's a number on this. Can you describe, or what is depicted in this particular photograph?
That is marker number 3, which we have written down as fibers near the top of the drive shaft.
And are you able to see fibers in these photographs?
I don't see them, no.
Now, you talked about equipment and alternate light sources and things. So based on your experience in recovering evidence from crime scenes or objects, is it unusual to not see small items in photographs?
No, it's not unusual at all.
Next photo, please. And can you describe photo 31, please?
It's a zoomed-in photo of the previous one, so marker number 3, fibers from the top of the drive shaft.
Next photo, please. This is photograph 32. Can you explain what we're looking at to the jury, please?
Slightly washed out, but that's marker number 4. It's the front of the gas tank. There was a possible fabric imprint on it, so we marked it. And then you can see the skid plate underneath here as well.
What do you mean by fabric imprint?
Again, I'm not an expert. I don't know. Maybe it was something from the factory, but to me, it looked like there were maybe some striations consistent with like corduroy or jean material.
Judge, I guess I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of any expert notice, and particularly if he's particularly foundation, if he's acknowledged that this is not a subject of expertise.
Sustain the testimony will be struck. Go ahead.
You are. Can we be heard?
No, go on. He's not an expert in this type. You just said that. Move on.
Next photograph, please. And I'm sorry, what is the item number? What is on the sticker for the item 4?
Item 4 has the scale underneath it, and then this is just the same as the previous photo, just better exposure.
And is that's the gas tank I think you previously stated?
Correct.
Next photo, please. That's showing nothing. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it appears to be a flash misfire.
All right.
Just to keep, we don't erase pictures because then if this one's missing and you have the one before it and the one after it, questions might arise on where that picture is. So we keep everything in regardless of if it's a good picture or not. So it appears to be a flash misfire.
Next photograph, please. And this again is showing the gas tank with the number 4 evidence marker.
Correct.
Next photo, please. Could you describe this photo?
Same picture again. Number 4 on the gas tank.
Now, are you using, can you explain the difference in the qualities between each of these photographs? Why do they look a little different?
Sometimes it's more beneficial to take multiple photos from different angles of items, specifically latent prints or footwear patterns. You can see different aspects of the actual ridge of it from different angles. This appears to be only using the flash from the camera. We have a cord that we can connect the flash to the camera, so it's not just connected to the top like you typically see. So the photographer may move the flash around, keeping the camera in the same area. So different areas will be illuminated in different photos.
And next photo, please. This is another view of the same item.
Correct.
Right. Next photo, please. And again, this is another view of the same item.
Correct.
Next photo. This is another view of the same item.
Correct. Yes.
Is there any difference with the light source, or what? Why is the quality of this particular photograph different?
I would assume it's because of what I had just talked about, where the flash would be moved around. It just happened to look this way from this angle.
Next photo, please. Actually, can we go back? Thank you. So can you just point out the area that caught your interest on this particular photograph? Thank you. Next photo. What does this photograph depict?
Marker number 5 is right there, and that was an apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar.
And was that collected in the same way that you described with the Post-it note and sealing in an envelope?
Yes, it was.
Next photograph, please. And what does this depict?
It's a zoomed-in version of the previous photo with marker number 5.
Next photo, please. And can you tell me what this depicts?
Kind of hard to see, but marker number 6 is right here. So this is the drive shaft of the vehicle, the rear end of the drive shaft. And that was an apparent fiber on the weight on the rear end of the drive shaft. An apparent fiber on a weight. These little things right here.
The W-E-I-G-H-T?
Correct. Yeah, on the rear end of the drive shaft.
So you pointed out with the laser pointer these square objects that are applied to the drive shaft.
Yes.
Are they? Could you tell if they were fastened onto the drive shaft somehow?
I don't know exactly how, but yes, they're fastened to it.
Next photograph, please. What does photograph 43 show?
That is a zoomed-in photo of the previous one, marker number 6, with the fiber on the drive shaft.
Again, two questions. There appears to be 3 weights. Do you recall which weight from which you recovered the fiber?
The sticker would be on the same weight that the item was collected from. We try to get it as close as possible to it where we can still take photographs in the same field of view. So it would be the weight that the number 6 sticker is actually on.
And again, are you able to see the fiber in this particular photograph?
No.
Next photo, please. What does this depict?
That is the skid plate underneath the gas tank after being removed. There's marker number 7. There.
So what did you locate that was significant to you on that skid plate?
Marker 7 was an apparent fiber on the top of the rear skid plate.
Next photograph, please. Can you depict or describe this, please?
It's a zoomed in photo of the previous one, marker number 7, the apparent fiber on top of the rear skid plate.
Next photo, please. This photograph, number 46, what does this depict?
Marker number 8, right here, is 2 apparent hairs from the driver's step. So it's the driver's door right above it.
And did you collect those together?
Yes, we did.
Is there any concern about collecting them together?
No, sometimes we'll take representative samples if there's multiple items in close proximity. We'll collect them as one item. So that's what happened in this case.
Next photograph, please. Can you describe this?
It's a zoomed in version of the previous photo, marker number 8, which is 2 apparent hairs from the driver's step.
Next photo, please. And this is another view of the same thing.
Correct.
Next photo, please. And again, this is another photograph of marker 8 where the 2 hairs are found.
Correct.
Next photo. And this is also a different angle. Or I see, is there something else here?
Yeah, marker 8 that we just talked about, but you can also see marker number 9 here, which was an apparent fiber from the side of the front skid plate.
Next photo. And that was photograph 50. Next photo, please. Photograph 51, can you explain what we're seeing here?
It's a zoomed in photo of the previous one, which is marker number 9, an apparent fiber from the side of the front skid plate.
In which, strike that. Next photo, please. And so this is the end of the photographs that were taken?
Correct. They're called index prints, where the end will just have thumbnails of all the pictures.
Now, once you had once you collected all these items, and did you, I think I asked this before, but you followed the same process that you described with the sticky pad and the envelope and the sealing tape?
Correct, for each item, yes.
Once you were done collecting it, what did you do with it?
We write what's called, well, it's an evidence receipt. So it's just a list of all of the items we collected, the marker number, and then what it is. And then we will turn it over to an officer at the scene, whoever is investigating the incident.
And in this case, does your receipt of physical evidence indicate who you turned the items over to?
Yes, it does.
Who was that?
It was Captain John Zimmerman.
And did you sign this receipt?
Yes, I did.
did you prepare a report, a narrative report about the processing of the scene as well?
Yes, I did. Scene being the vehicle.
Now, after excuse me. What's the number of the Jeep?
70.
70? Your Honor, I would move for receipt of Exhibit 70.
No objection for the purposes used.
And that would be received.
Now, later, were you requested to perform any analysis of items that you recovered from the underside of the truck?
Yes, I was.
And can you describe what type of analysis that you had performed?
I attempted DNA analysis on the apparent hairs.
And in the course of that process, do you prepare a report?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 71 for identification. Can you tell me what it is?
This would be my confidential report of laboratory findings dated June 19th, 2019.
Now, you described this briefly earlier. What does it take to perform a DNA analysis on items? Let me ask this way. What was submitted to you for DNA analysis?
Item I, an apparent hair near the front passenger tire. Item L1, an apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar. Item L2, which was another of the same, apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar. O1 was an apparent hair from the driver's step. O2 was the other hair from the driver's step. And item Q was a dried blood standard reportedly collected from Mark Phillips at autopsy.
Now, you described the process of performing DNA analysis earlier. Is that the process that you performed in this particular case?
Yes, it is.
And what was the result of your DNA analysis of these items?
During the second step, the quant step, no human DNA was detected from any of the hairs, so it stopped at that step. There was no amplification or typing.
Now, was it surprising to you to not find DNA in the apparent hairs?
Objection beyond the scope of the expert notice.
Overruled if it's part of his analysis.
Hairs are notoriously hard to get DNA out of. Any DNA from hairs typically comes from the root, so if there's not a root there, then there's a very slim likelihood that you're actually going to get a DNA profile.
And were your test results peer-reviewed?
Yes.
And is your report, which I believe is 71, is that an accurate report of your findings?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 71.
No objection.
You received?
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross?
Thank you. Could I get exhibits 508 and then 70 and 71, please?
up here.
Yeah, I do, sorry.
All right. Good morning, sir. So I want to start kind of with how you handle scenes like this. You handle sensitive forensic evidence for a living. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And sensitive forensic evidence can be something like hair or fiber evidence, right?
correct,
It can be DNA evidence.
correct.
It can be evidence of body fluids or other applications of body fluids.
Yes,
It can be any number of minute bits of evidence, correct?
correct, yes,
And in your field of practice, it's important to be very cognizant of cross-contamination of that evidence. Is that correct?
yes,
Because it doesn't take much to contaminate a piece of evidence. Is that accurate?
yes,
And contamination can take many forms, correct?
yes,
It can take the form of losing some evidence in the process of inadvertently not preserving it or handling it in a way that causes evidence loss, right?
yes, correct,
It can take the form of adding evidence that wasn't present before the evidence was collected.
correct,
Or it can take the form of altering the evidence in terms of how it was positioned or in what manner it was presented at the time of collection.
yeah,
And as a rule, as an analyst in the lab, for instance, you have very strict protocols to prevent cross-contamination. Is that correct?
yes,
So, for instance, when you're doing DNA analysis, you're going to wipe down and sterilize your workstation between every single sample that you analyze, right?
correct,
Because something as simple as a colleague sneezing across the room could contaminate whatever sample you happen to be testing, right?
that's correct,
And it's sometimes more difficult to prevent cross-contamination in the field. Would you agree?
yes, for sure,
However, every reasonable effort should be taken to prevent cross-contamination of evidence while it's handled in the field. Do you agree with that?
yes,
And I assume that, I know for a fact that this is not your first vehicle case, right?
correct,
And in the course of examining vehicles, it's fairly common to preserve that vehicle on the back of a flatbed and take it to an evidence lockup or a garage or someplace for an examination, correct?
correct, yes,
You do it that way because when the vehicle's on a flatbed, it's not coming into contact with whatever else might be in the road. Is that correct?
yes,
And Wisconsin roads, particularly in La Crosse, are not particularly well known for being smooth, easy to drive on roads, right?
that's correct,
And if you're driving a vehicle, even over something as simple as a pothole, you can have cross-contamination with water, with substances on the road, with gravel, anything else that could come into contact with that vehicle. Is that correct?
that's correct,
And when you arrived at the Sheriff's Department on March 19th of 2019, your initial photographs were of this vehicle inside of the Sheriff's Department evidence garage, right?
that's correct,
And you wanted to get a look underneath the vehicle on a lift, right?
yes,
And the decision was made to take that truck to D's Auto Body. Is that correct?
yes,
And at that point, was there any discussion of having D's bring their flatbed over to the Sheriff's Department, bringing the vehicle across the street so that you could avoid any cross-contamination in the process of driving that vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence.
No, there was testimony that was driven over. Go ahead.
Well,
It was of assumed facts that was driven over. Go
except
ahead. And
that
he
there was a flatbed available at
overruled.
D's.
Go ahead.
Was there any discussion about getting a flatbed to transport the truck over?
I do not recall that conversation,
My understanding of your testimony on direct was that this was just a matter of convenience, that it would be quicker to drive the vehicle rather than place it on a flatbed.
I don't know that that was the determining factor, but yes, it would have been easier to just drive it across the street.
And ultimately, the decision was made to just drive it across the street, knowing that there's a risk of contaminating or deteriorating the evidence on the underside of that truck.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the fibers themselves that you collected from the underside of the vehicle here. And Going to publish Exhibit 70, which has already been received. All right, Mr. Nollet, is this a zoomed-in version of your handwritten notes of the evidence that you collected in the course of this examination?
Yes, it is.
And I'm going to start with item number 1, the apparent hair near the front passenger tire, brown in color. You used the term apparent hair, Mr. Nollet, is that correct?
Correct.
Can we take that to mean that you're not making a scientific conclusion that what you collected is even a hair?
Exactly, yes.
And items tend to collect underside of vehicles on a regular basis just by nature of driving. Is that fair?
Yes, that's possible.
We saw a whole bunch of, I guess, grunge and grit and dirt on the underside of this vehicle, right?
Yes.
And it's not uncommon for a vehicle, particularly in Wisconsin, to look like that on the underside. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
It's also not uncommon for apparent hairs or fibers to collect on the underside of a vehicle, right?
I guess that's fair, yeah.
And when you collect a fiber or an apparent hair like this, you agree that you have no idea when it was deposited underneath the vehicle. Is that fair?
That's correct.
You have no idea in what manner it was deposited.
Correct.
You have no manner in whether, or you have no idea in whether it was the process of transferring from another source or from an original collection by the vehicle driving on the driveway or driving on the roadway.
No, that's correct.
You have no idea whether or not the source comes from a mechanic or a technician working underneath the underside of an auto body.
Correct.
And just because you find an apparent hair or an apparent fiber in a location like item number 1 doesn't mean that that's where it was originally affixed to the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Now, when you were dealing with apparent hairs, you agree that we're unable to distinguish in this case whether we're talking about human hairs or animal hairs?
That is correct.
We're unable to distinguish whether or not we're talking about a biological hair from a human or an animal or a synthetic fiber. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we also have plant fibers to deal with as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
So your job here is just to collect these, say kind of what it looks like, and then forward them on for analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So the black electrical tape, item number 2, you testified that it just looked a little bit out of place to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have no indication that this tape was collected or deposited in the course of any collision on February 22nd of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could just be a mechanic working on part of the electrical system or whatever that is.
Yes.
Same thing with the number 3. Now, you noted that they were suspected fibers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And item number 3.
Not how they're noted.
I can rephrase.
Go ahead.
You noted fibers near the top of the drive shaft. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You did not note what type of suspected fibers these were. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, unsure of whether or not this is human, animal, synthetic, or plant-based fibers, correct?
Correct.
You just collected them because you were tasked with collecting any possible evidence underneath the vehicle.
Correct.
Item number 4 we've covered during your direct. Item number 5, an apparent hair from the front passenger suspension bar. Again, Mr. Nollet, you agree that you wrote the term apparent hair because you're not scientifically certain whether it's a hair or not, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with item number 6. Well, let me back up. Item number 6 says apparent fiber on weight of rear end of drive shaft. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this was were you involved in the transmission of evidence at all from your analysis to Ruth Hank at your laboratory?
I packaged things up and then handed them over. That's the extent of me touching any fibers related to this.
But you personally saw the placement of this fiber when it was photographed and collected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to have a couple exhibits marked. This is in the state PowerPoint, but
Can you, they have image numbers on them? Is there a way you can tell us what each one is?
Sure. 511 is the image number ending with underscore 0042. 512 ends with underscore 0043.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Nowlett, I'm move to publish 511, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Go ahead.
So, out again. The photo where we have kind of the Batman style lighting on exhibit number 6 there, right?
Yes.
And is exhibit number 6, you can see the photograph, or you can see the exhibit sticker in this photograph?
Slightly, yes, right in the middle.
And is that the location on the drive shaft that exhibit number 6 was collected from? Right on the weight where the exhibit sticker is?
Yes.
And would you agree that this is towards the rear end of the drive shaft of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 512 now. It's a little bit closer view. Can I assume from the location of the exhibit sticker approximately in the middle of that weight that the fiber was approximately in the middle of that weight?
I don't know off the top of my head where exactly on the weight the actual fiber was.
And you're aware that this apparent fiber was transmitted to Ms. Hank at the crime lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Going back to exhibit 70. We have an apparent fiber at number 7 on the top of the rear skid plate, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, you say apparent fiber because you're not certain exactly what it is, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And not certain exactly when or in what manner it was deposited.
Correct.
Same thing for the 2 apparent hairs depicted in exhibit number 8,
Correct.
as well as the apparent fiber from the front skid plate on exhibit number 9.
Correct.
All right. So, Mr. Nowlett, I want to talk to you about your DNA analysis in this matter. So, you testified, and I take no issue with your testimony, that it's difficult sometimes to get DNA from the shaft of the hair, correct?
Correct.
However, sometimes you're able to extract human DNA from the root of the hair, is that correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you took a cutting of a sample item I or I1, is that correct?
I believe that's correct. If I can.
I'm going to publish exhibit 71. All right. Is that correct, that you took a cutting of an apparent root in item I?
That's correct. Anytime we take cuttings or swabbings from a parent item, we have to what we call sub-designate it. So the main item would be the apparent hair, and then the cutting we took from that would be I1.
Okay. And after analyzing that apparent hair root designated as item I1, is it correct that you did not detect the presence of human hair or human DNA?
Correct.
And we can't even conclude from these results that the hairs were human. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
And we certainly can't conclude that they belong to Mark Phillips, correct?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Nowlett, I want to talk to you about the exterior condition of the truck briefly. Would you have noted any apparent damage to the vehicle from, in any respect?
Yes.
And you're taking a very fine-tuned approach to examining this vehicle, right?
Correct.
I mean, you're looking at this with magnifying devices, right?
On occasion, I don't know that we did in this case.
You're looking at it with alternate light sources.
Correct.
And I should ask you, an alternate light source, is that what's commonly referred to in layman's terms as a black light?
Yes.
And you're using that because a black light can help you detect trace amounts of evidence, right?
That's correct.
One trace, or one type of trace evidence that a black light can help you detect is possible blood, right?
Correct.
And you examine this vehicle with an alternate light source for the presence of possible blood, is that correct?
I don't believe we looked for blood with the ALS.
Well, did you use the ALS in the course of examining the underside of the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And had you noticed the presence of possible blood, that's certainly something you would have noted, correct?
Yes.
You would have collected that?
Yes.
And can we assume that you did not detect in the course of your examination any possible blood?
That's correct.
Now, you described the truck as somewhat dirty, is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, didn't look like it had recently been through a car wash, right?
Correct.
And your understanding was that this truck had been stored inside of the Sheriff's Department garage since it was seized on February 22nd to the point of your examination on March 19th?
Correct.
So I'm going to get a couple of exhibits marked here. Kyle, you've been with the crime lab since, you said 2015?
2011.
2011.
Crime scene response since 2015.
Right. And I assume that you've lived in Wisconsin at least that long?
Yeah, my whole life.
So you're familiar with the type of salt film or just scum that builds up on the sides of our cars during the wintertime. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits here. 514. I'll show you exhibit 514 first. Does that photograph look familiar to you, sir?
Yes, it does.
Does that depict the condition of the Dodge Ram on the date that you examined it?
Yes, it does.
And would that photograph have been taken by the technician assisting you?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibit 514. Does that similarly appear to be from the date of your examination of the truck?
Yes, it does.
This was taken at the Sheriff's Department lockup, is that correct?
Correct.
Both of these photos, right?
Yes.
All right. Offer 513, 514.
Can we give an image number two? Bruce?
Yes, Your Honor, 513 is underscore 0004. 514 is underscore 0005.
Okay. Any objection to being published? I think they were done. Go ahead.
No objection.
Publishing 513. All right. Mr. Nollet, I'm going to direct your attention to the area behind the driver's side passenger cab. Do you see, well, let me ask you first, do you see the presence of kind of that salt film that tends to accumulate on vehicles?
Yes, I do.
And do you see an area behind the driver's side rear door where that film appeared to have been wiped or marked in some respect?
It appears that in this picture, yes.
All right. And is that something that typically you're going to document on a scene like this?
Typically, yes.
Were you given any information about the nature or the mechanics of the alleged altercation that had occurred on February 22nd of 2019 before your examination?
No.
All right. I am going to publish Exhibit 4 or 514 now. And I'm going to zoom best I can here without causing glare. Why don't we do it this way? I'm going to approach with 514. Now, showing you this, and can I direct your attention to that same area around the gas cap?
Yes.
Do you see the same area that appeared to be smeared in that salt dome in that photograph as well?
Yes.
And it appears that we have some thinner lines running downwards from the smear near the item of the gas cap. Is that correct?
Correct.
So those appear to be consistent with a human finger.
Objection, Your Honor. And it's not his expertise.
He's a crime scenes expert. He looks at impressions. Overruled. Go ahead.
I don't have a scaled photo, but just based off the size of typical vehicles, that looks to be pretty close to about the width of a finger.
I'm sorry.
It appears to be the similar width to a finger. 2 fingers, actually.
Generally speaking, when a vehicle like this is stored for your review, is it your expectation that law enforcement and others will not be touching or handling or trying to or touching or handling the exterior of the vehicle before you review it?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that this policy and this process was followed in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, just given the glare issues with the Alamo, I would move to publish this individually to the jury.
Any objection?
Objection.
Yeah, publish it individually to the jury.
Thank you. It appears that the jurors have viewed the exhibit.
One more juror wants to take a look at it.
Oh.
You can just bring it over to him if you can, please. And just decide, please don't show it to each other. Just look at it yourself individually.
All right. And it appears that the jury has had a chance to view 514.
514.
Okay. All right. Mr. Nallad, were you shown any scene photographs taken of the vehicle before it was seized at any point?
I don't believe so.
All right. I'm going to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 508. See the smearing area and kind of the same area as Exhibit 514?
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yes.
Mr. Nallad, Mr. Mr. Zacher asked you on 508 if you see the same area of smearing. Can you take a look at this poll and tell me if you see that?
It's kind of hard to see with the reflection of the side of the vehicle. There's snow on the vehicle, which was not there when I looked at it. There's kind of a sheen to this page, so it's probably not an exact perfect rendition of what the actual picture looks like. I don't actually see the exact 2 fingers that I saw in that other picture.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
Go ahead. And personally published, that is not, go ahead. Look at it yourself, each individually, if you could please. Go ahead.
Mr. Naled, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the PowerPoint exhibit and photograph number 40004. Mr. Zacher asked you about the area to the rear of the vehicle. Instead, it looks like some area's been wiped off. Can you tell for certain if it's that we're seeing any reflections or that there is some sort of disturbance on the side of the vehicle there?
I can't really make that determination based on this photo. There is some shininess to it that could be a reflection from the light in there. It also could have been wiped off. I can't really tell.
And that area where the gas cover is to the rear, is that a frequently touched area of the exterior of a vehicle?
Yes.
While we're getting down. All right. Mr. Zacher had asked you about where you had located the fiber or apparent fiber on this particular location. Can I ask you why you would look in a location like this for a fiber based on your training in evidence collection?
We looked at the entire underside of the vehicle. It just so happened that that's where we located a fiber, an apparent fiber.
Is there anything special about this particular area that would tend to collect fibers?
There's sharp corners on it which collect things like that.
He also talked about other things that were collected. Were there items that you did not collect?
Yes.
And why was that?
We photo documented and scaled item number 4. Taking a gas tank off to collect it would have been a lot of work. There's not a whole lot we could do with the actual item. Anybody that would look at it later on can do the same analysis that they'd be able to do with just a scaled photograph.
Also hazardous, probably, to transport a gas tank?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Recross?
Just one. Mr. Nollett, is it correct that, to your knowledge, no analyst actually examined your photographs of item number 4?
I don't believe anybody did.
Thank you.
All right. Any redirect from there?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Why don't we take a morning break to, you can go ahead and step down. I'll take it. We'll take a morning break till 10:30. We'll try to get going right away if we can. Please don't talk about the case, and we'll see you then.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't good at pretending to be excited. Price is Right, same thing. Yeah. They probably actually prefer that you're not good at it. Because they don't want to lose the money.
Oh, hang on a minute. No, now I'll go.
Where'd you find that? Oh.
Hey, Frank.
You were hoping to get in the building. I was hoping. Come on, be seated.
Use him as a point.
Problem.
0, 1, 2.
This judge reminds me of like his sitcom father. Like Alex
I mean, they could just move it right there.
or uncle.
All right.
My brain.
Looks like, going back on the record, looks like all the parties are present. Can we bring the jury in from the state?
Yes.
Defense?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Should I
Sure.
join?
Oh, Your Honor, while the jury's coming in, I need to run downstairs quick.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right, everybody may be seated. Do you know who your next witness? Can you just go ahead and call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. ADA Jessica Stemp will be doing the direct examination, but state calls this next witness Ruth Hank.
Okay, why don't we get her sworn in at least? We're just waiting for Ms. Kemp. She'll be right up in a second. Just have a seat.
Ms. Pink asked if she could have a bottle of water.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of them up there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm gonna guess you've been duly sworn.
Yes, she has been sworn.
Thank you. Could you state your full name, please?
My name is Ruth Hank.
And how are you employed?
I am employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I am currently the chemistry section supervisor and trace evidence technical leader.
How long have you been employed at the State Crime Laboratory?
Approximately 32 years.
And can you describe the work that you do in the areas that you're assigned?
As chemistry supervisor, I oversee the trace evidence unit as well as the toxicology and controlled substances unit. As the trace evidence technical leader, I am involved in some casework. I train employees. I oversee the quality system for the trace unit.
And is that generally what you were doing in 2018?
Yes.
Ms. Hank, I'm handing you Exhibit 72, or State's Exhibit 72. Can you describe what that item is?
State's Exhibit number 72 is a statement of my qualifications that lists my employment history as well as training as well as other experience.
Can you please describe the educational background that you've had to work at the crime laboratory?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. In addition, I have attended numerous external trainings, including workshops, symposia, professional meetings, and paper presentations.
Have you received, you mentioned other trainings, can you detail any trainings that you received specifically for trace evidence examiner, or to examine trace items?
I have attended numerous workshops as far as the types of testing that we do in the trace unit, which includes fibers, paints, glass, fire debris for ignitable liquids, chemical unknowns, low explosives. So I have had numerous workshops on those topics. Specifically as far as fiber evidence is concerned, I have had training in microscopy, I've had training in fiber examination and comparison, as well as other related workshops and instrumentation and paper presentations.
And Mr. Nallid had discussed this, but your laboratory is accredited.
Yes, it is.
And it was accredited in 2019?
I believe that was the year it was accredited, yes.
He also described that as part of accreditation, there's a proficiency testing that is done. Are you required to do any proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe what that process is, please?
Proficiency testing is required by all analysts that work criminal cases, and we have to take basically a test that's provided by an external provider, and that test is designed to mimic a real casework type of testing. So we have to analyze it using our procedures and protocols, as well as write a report like we would in an actual criminal case.
And then once you do that, is that evaluated?
Yes. The results are not known to this test while we are taking it. We submit it to the proficiency test provider, at which point the results are evaluated and we're notified whether we passed or not.
Have you previously testified as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
Now, can you describe the process of performing trace analysis, in particular with fiber comparison?
As far as how I analyze fiber cases, generally they consist of a comparison between a questioned fiber and a known fiber. I initially start by taking custody of those items and just taking notes on them as far as their condition. As part of a fiber examination, I have certain quality protocols that I follow, including making sure my work area is clean, in addition to inspecting any tools I use or supplies. I then will open one item at a time. I usually try to open the question items prior to the known, so there's no possibility of contamination. And then I would eventually mount those fibers and look at them microscopically.
I'm sorry, I think I forgot this, but is that Exhibit 72, your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 72.
No objection.
Been received?
Were you asked to perform any comparisons in a case involving the decedent Mark Phillips?
Yes.
And did you prepare a report of the work that you did?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Hank, I have handed to you exhibit number 73 for identification. Can you tell me what that item is, please?
State's exhibit number 73 is a copy of my laboratory report of confidential findings, and it bears the laboratory case number of M as in Mary 19-881.
Why do you assign a case number?
When evidence is brought into the laboratory, it is assigned a laboratory case number where it is put into our laboratory information management system, or LIMS, and that is used to track the evidence as it comes into the lab. All of our reports are put in there, as well as chain of custody.
Now, these items were transmitted to the laboratory by the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
I would need to refer to the receipt for that.
Okay. A receipt would refresh your recollection on that?
Yes, it would.
Showing you an item that purports to be a receipt of physical evidence. Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And does it refresh your recollection as to where you received the items in this particular case from?
Well, I personally received them from an evidence storage area, but as far as how they came into the laboratory, they were submitted by La Crosse County Sheriff's Office via UPS.
Now, when you did perform comparisons in this case, can you describe what items you did compare in this case and how you did that?
I received several items in this case. The ones that were actually compared, where I looked at the known fibers, would have been a pair of blue jeans and a black sweatshirt. I also received other items that did not involve fiber comparison or analysis. I also received several items where fibers were collected on sticky notes, and those correspond to items K, L, M, N, and P.
All right. And what were your, is there any concern about the use of the sticky notes for preservation of small items like fibers or hairs?
Sticky notes are one of the ways we instruct law enforcement to collect fibers, and the reason for that is because the adhesive on there is thin enough where it will retain them so they are not lost, but it is not so sticky that it embeds them. Say, for instance, in a fingerprint lift card, it's very sticky, and at that point it coats the fiber. The sticky notes are actually quite useful for collecting them.
And do you recall the condition that these items, when you retrieved them, how were they packaged?
Well, they were all packaged in various forms of packaging in a sealed condition with these sticky notes present.
I think you answered this before, but did you pull all of these items out at one time to perform your analysis, or did you do them individually?
No, initially when items are brought into the lab and I'm starting my analysis, I will open items one at a time on separate pieces of clean paper. You know, I clean my work area. Like I said, I inspect all of my tools. They're opened one at a time. Then I place it back in the, original container, and then, perhaps I'm mounting a fiber or just doing general description, and then I open the next item. So they are done sequentially, not concurrently.
So in this particular case, what items did you compare and what findings did you make?
I looked at several fibers. Item K consisted of 2 sticky notes denoted as K1 and K2. I found 3 white polyester fibers on item K1, which are denoted K1A through K1C. I also looked at a blue fiber, which referred to as, let me just refer to my report, item M1, and I compared that to the blue jeans, which was item H.
And the blue jeans were listed as the jeans collected from the decedent, Mark Phillips.
Yes, and in addition, I also compared those white polyester fibers that I just referred to the stitching on the blue jeans, which was also white.
Now, can you tell us, when you're making these comparisons, what are you looking for?
Basically, when I do a fiber comparison, the first part I do is I actually determine what type of fiber I'm looking at. So for instance, whether it's cotton or polyester or other types. And when I do an actual comparison, I use what's called a comparison polarized light microscope, or comparison PLM. And that allows me to observe both fibers under the microscope, both question and known, in real time. And I'm able to look at both the color as well as other morphological properties and optical properties.
And did you say morphology? What is that?
Morphology is some of the more general characteristics of how I would describe a fiber, for instance, whether it is like the fiber diameter, fiber cross-sectional shape, color. I would consider that morphology.
Now, the white polyester, the unknown white polyester fibers that you compared to stitching from the jeans, did you make any determinations?
Yes, they were inconsistent with the stitching on the jeans fibers.
The fiber that was item M, or M1, excuse me, in comparing that to fibers taken from the jeans from Mr. Phillips' jeans, what findings did you make?
The blue cotton fiber that I examined, the question fiber, was consistent with the blue jean fiber, item H.
And what does that mean, that they were consistent?
That means when I examined them under the comparison PLM microscope, I did not see any differences.
Now, is there a reason why you said it did not, that the question fiber did not come from that item, those jeans?
I cannot say with fiber evidence that a question fiber conclusively comes from a source garment, and that is because of mass manufacture of garments. Manufacturers produce many pairs of jeans, so in theory, anything that's produced in a batch or with a particular dye lot or whatever could have those same characteristics.
Did you make any other conclusions regarding items that you looked at?
Those were the ones that I actually compared, and those were the primary findings, yes.
Now, denim or jeans can come, there are darker shades of denim jeans and lighter shades of denim jeans. So if the color would have differed in any way from the known sample, what would your finding have been?
If the color was different between the question and the known, I would have determined that it was inconsistent. The question fiber was inconsistent with the known and could not have come from that source.
And what do you do once you make your results?
After I'm done with my examinations, I write a report.
And once you write your report, are there any other steps to make sure that it is accurate?
Yes, as part of our requirements, we have technical review of all of our work. So in other words, what I've done, I write my report, it is peer reviewed by another qualified analyst, so they look over our notes, our data, and our report to make sure that they're technically accurate and then that they agree with the findings.
And was that, your report in this case was peer reviewed?
Yes, it was.
And they did also agree with your findings?
Yes, based on my notes, my data, and my report, yes.
Now, there is a, when your agency is done with a, evidence, what do you do with it?
The evidence that we examined is then returned to the submitter.
And is it described in a way that you can tell what the items are?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Have you seen an evidence release form previously?
Yes, an evidence release form is prepared once the evidence is returned, yes.
Okay. And that would, it describes what the evidence is that's being returned to the agency. Is that accurate?
Yes, the evidence release form is basically a return receipt, and it describes what we are returning to the submitter or the submitting agency.
And does that, I think it'll just be easier if I show you this. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 75. For identification, can you tell me what that item is, please?
Exhibit number 75 is an evidence release return form for laboratory case M19-881.
Now, you indicated that the fiber that you had indicated was consistent with Mr. Phillips' genes came from item M1, which was derived from item M. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does this, are you able to tell from this document or other agency records where that fiber came from?
According to our receipt, which is prepared when the evidence is submitted, it was apparently recovered from a weight on rear end of drive shaft.
Thank you. If I have no further questions, I would move for admission of exhibits 74. '73, '74, and '75.
Any objections? No. Your receipt? Cross?
Thank you. Sure. Morning, Ms. Hank.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to be relatively brief, but just to touch on the topic of consistency versus match. So when you say that something is consistent, it means that the two question items could be from the same source of fabric or material. Is that correct?
That the question and known could have be a common source, yes.
What you're not doing is saying that they're coming from an identical source. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no way I could discriminate between the two microscopically.
And cotton is a fairly common fiber, right?
That is correct.
And in this case, can I correctly summarize your testimony as that item M is consistent with item H. Is that correct?
M1, the questioned fiber, was consistent with the known fibers from item H, yes.
And you didn't make any other findings that any other items were consistent with one another, is that correct?
That's correct.
You had other items of Mr. Phillips's clothing provided to you as well?
Yes, I did.
You had a sweatshirt,
I did.
the pair of jeans that was designated as item H,
Correct.
a pair of shoes,
Yes.
a belt,
Yes.
socks.
Correct.
And in this case, you agree that M1 could have originated from item H?
Could have, yes.
It could have originated from any other sample of cotton consistent with the characteristics of item M1?
It could have originated from another source with blue cotton fibers that were similar to it.
And Ms. Hank, you're not making any conclusions on how item M1 got onto the drive shaft of the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. I can only examine what is submitted to me at the laboratory.
You're not making any conclusions as to how that was attached to the drive shaft of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not making any conclusions as to when that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not making any conclusions on whether M1 was attached to the vehicle as a result of a collision with Mark Phillips?
Correct.
Nothing further.
And redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Down.
Thank you.
You have any-
At this time, I would ask that Ms. Hank and Mr. Nolly be released from their subpoenas.
No objection.
Will it be released from their subpoenas?
No.
Call your next witness.
Call investigator Fritz Leinfelder. Your Honor, I'm handing what I will actually be transferred just.
Yeah.
Did you already state your name for the record?
I am not. It's Fritz Leinfelder.
What is your occupation?
I am an investigator for the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been doing that for?
I just celebrated my 31st year in law enforcement, and I've been an investigator for over 22 years.
So did you start off as an investigator, or did I?
I didn't start off as an investigator. I started off working in the jail, got promoted out as a patrol officer, then from patrol officer into investigations in 2001.
How does one become an investigator?
Well, it's kind of with our department, it's an interview process. You show basically your proficiency in other aspects of what you can provide to the department, and I was promoted through that. Once promoted, they send you off to numerous different trainings for the last 22 years. I've been I countless number of different trainings in different facets of investigation, to include evidence technicians, interview skills, all kinds of different trainings that we'll attend throughout our career.
So were you employed as an investigator on the morning of February 23rd, 2019?
Yes, I was.
I guess, were you asked, so you were on duty at that time or no?
I was not on duty as an investigator. For the sheriff's office, we are always on call. So at any moment, the work phone can ring, and we can be assigned to go assist or at a different scene or take over a scene.
So you're on call. Did you respond to a call on that morning, or did you get a call that morning?
Yes, I got a call that morning.
What was the situation, or as you understood it, or what was the call?
The call came across as a suspicious death a male party, deceased in the driveway, unknown circumstances.
We'll talk more and I'll ask more about this later, but at some point, did you personally interview someone known as Lori Phillips?
Yes, I did.
How did you identify her? How did you know that this person I just mentioned is named Lori Phillips?
When I got to the scene, I was told that this was Lori Phillips, the wife of Mark Phillips, by, I believe, Sergeant Valencia.
Would you recognize that person if you saw her?
Yes, I would.
Is she in the courtroom today?
She is.
Can you point her out for us?
She's sitting next to Attorney Chris Zacher in the middle of the defense table.
Ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Record reflect identification.
So going back to the call that you had mentioned, did you respond to that call or go to a scene of some kind?
Yes, I drove to the scene immediately. After receiving the call, got dressed, went to the scene.
What was your purpose for being on the scene?
Initial purpose is to give assistance to the other officers that were there at the time, to help and look at the scene to help figure out what we possibly might have at that point.
Do you recall about what time you got there?
I believe around 7 a.m. I arrived at the scene, approximately.
And the scene I'm referring to, is that the Phillips residence?
Yes, at W5414, County Road W.
Is that the same location we've talked about up until this point?
That's the exact location, yes.
And did you recall about what time you got there?
I was at around 7 a.m.
If other people were on scene, who was all on scene when you arrived?
I believe Sergeant Valencia was there. Deputy Stoninger was already on scene. There was other first responders. I believe Tri-State may have been on the scene also at the time I arrived.
You talked about your purpose. What were your duties at that location at that time?
My initial basically assignment or duty was to speak with Lori Phillips and try to figure out what had occurred the night prior. From the information I was told from the deputies on scene, that Ms. Phillips had already relayed information to them.
Were you the first investigator on scene?
I was the first investigator on the scene.
This has been talked about or mentioned previously, but I'll just ask, is there a difference between being, I guess, the first investigator and the lead investigator on a scene?
Typically with the sheriff's office, it's more unusual to name a lead investigator. Our investigators work together on multiple different facets of that. We have a chain of command that we follow. So, I mean, the first investigator, it just happens that I probably lived the closest to the residents that I arrived on scene as compared to a lead investigator. Again, it's kind of a rarity that the sheriff's office would name a quote-unquote lead investigator.
So does a lead investigator, does that have any special meaning for this particular situation?
Not particularly.
You had mentioned the command structure. Is there I guess in your office, the La Crosse County Sheriff's, what is the command structure? Who decides who does what on any given situation?
At the time of this call, we had a Captain John Zimmerman was the captain of the investigative bureau, and he was the one that was in control and in command of the other investigators in the bureau.
So from your office, I guess different officers, different people have different duties, tasks, and assignments. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate, yes.
For this particular scene that we're talking about, can you kind of identify who from your office did what? Who did what on this particular scene? Can you identify that?
Yeah, yes, generally. So Sergeant Valencia was the first officer on the scene, and his job at that role at this point was to first life-saving measures if possible, and then scene security, making sure that nobody's coming into the scene that could disrupt anything. He also can be taking statements from individuals that were there that may have some information that will pertain to what has occurred. Deputy Stotinger arrived. Deputy Stotinger's initial assignment was to basically maintain traffic safety, traffic security with the other responding units, first responders, and that kind of thing. He eventually did get a different role where he was assisting with Ms. Phillips, trying to get her away from the scene, talk to her, see if there's any assistance that he could provide her at that time. I then arrived. I kind of talked about what my duties for the day were. We'll go into more, I believe. Deputy Pete Sloan was eventually called, which he assisted with some. Actual traffic, that intersection there is there are some hidden areas of that intersection that could be dangerous for going out on there, especially when you have numerous vehicles that are parked there. So the M&W intersection can be tough to see coming from the east on WM going westbound, kind of a dip. So basically, the safety of all the individuals coming and going from their vehicles or things like that that may have been out on the roadway or anything like that.
Okay. During the time you were at the residence, I'm going to call this and correct me or clarify, but I guess were there non-professional people there? And by that, I'm referring to not first responders or EMT or anyone we've heard about or anyone with your office.
Yes, I believe there was initially, I don't know if it was initially, but eventually one of Lori's friends arrived that she had called to kind of help her through the process of what was going on, a little bit, some added support. I've been made aware, and I asked Ms. Phillips if she needed any assistance in contacting other family members that you need, clergy, anything along those lines. I was made aware that some of her children were going to be arriving on the scene in a relatively short period of time.
Do you know, I guess, what the other people you're talking about, I mean, did they arrive while you were still there?
Her sons arrived when we were still there, when I was still there with Miss Phillips. Her friend was there also.
Okay. So after you were there?
Yes.
Or got there?
Yes.
Do you have I guess, are you able to say about what time that is, or?
I could not estimate the time on that I spent at the scene before I left with Miss Phillips.
In your years of service, I mean, have you ever responded to situations involving a deceased person?
Yes, I have. Numerous.
Numerous? I'm asking, I didn't.
Yes, numerous scenes which I've dealt with deceased parties.
So I'm not asking about this particular scene, but generally, is it expected or unexpected in this type of a situation that you had codified, people not directly involved with the investigation, non-professional people might show up?
Yes, that's commonplace, and it's actually something I believe that, for the most part, law enforcement assists people that are, if we have somebody that dies of a heart attack, law enforcement's one of their first responsibilities is asking the other family members if they need any assistance in calling any other family members or making contact with anybody that they have. So that's one of our roles in that, is to assist those people in that, and taking one less thing off of their plate that they have to try to concentrate on. We'll assist people with that.
But you, your office, the other people you've talked about and what they do, I guess there's still a duty to preserve the scene. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
So are there, given that the commonality or what you had just testified about, are there steps or policies or procedures in place to preserve a scene, any scene, this kind of scene?
Yes. Once in a scene similar to this or other scenes where we just have either a sudden death or suspicious death, our first response is going to be any life-saving measures, which would include first responders or paramedics coming into the scene to assist. Once that's established, basically that scene is then going to be closed off, and people are not going to be allowed to travel within the area of that. Sometimes that's actual barricades, sometimes that's with officers saying, we're staying out of this area.
So now I am talking about this particular scene. Were those steps you just described, were they done there? How were they done there? What can you tell us about that?
Yes, they were done there, and they were done by Sergeant Valencia with basically being in that area for the most period of time when those, after the life-saving measures were taken care of or ruled not going to be effective. I believe Sergeant Valencia for a while, maybe Deputy Stoinger was there, and that was talking to the personnel that were on scene, first responders, that they're going to kind of leave in the same direction that they came. We don't want any other footprints and things like that. Other people that are arrived on scene, in this instance, when Ms. Phillips' sons arrived, they were directed to go towards the M driveway and not go onto the W driveway where Mark Phillips was located.
So after you got to this scene, I guess, what's the first thing you do?
First thing I did, I met with Sergeant Valencia and got some more information about what he had been able to collect from Ms. Phillips or anything else about the scene. I did observe Mr. Phillips in the driveway at the time, got, I would say, relatively close. And then I went on to meet with Ms. Phillips up in the main house.
When you observed Mr. Phillips, is that before, after, or during, I guess, Tri-State ambulance or anybody else was moving or interacting with the location of the body?
Before, during, and after. So I observed him before he was moved at all. I observed a bit of the process in which he was being moved, and after he was moved.
When you say close to Mr. Phillips, I mean, I guess close enough to, I'm going to refer to this as get a good look.
Yes.
But other than that, did you do anything with him, or I guess did you do anything with, I mean, you didn't personally have to interact with his body or anything?
No, I did not.
That's What information did you have, or is there any additional information other than what you've talked about available at this point from the situation you were in, that you've described?
Available information regarding the occurrences of the night before was I given, or the state of Mr. Phillips?
Did you attempt to interview Ms. Phillips at the location meaning the residence?
Yes, I did. In the main house, I was attempting to talk to her.
Okay, you said attempt. Were you able to do so?
I was able to talk to her. There was numerous interruptions. There was, there were still first responder personnel there. Other officers were there, and I knew I believe she was on her phone getting text messages and making phone calls, trying to contact other people at the time. So it was a difficult time to try to just sit down with Ms. Phillips to figure out the events of the night before.
So were there, I guess, distractions preventing you from talking to her in more detail?
I wouldn't preventing them. I wouldn't say preventing them, but making it difficult to gather information from Ms. Phillips was more along those lines.
So I guess if it was difficult to interview her at the main house, what did you do next?
In talking with Ms. Phillips, I asked her if it would be possible for her to come to a location away from the residence where we could sit down and have an uninterrupted conversation, so we wouldn't have the distractions, so I could get a better picture from her of what what occurred the previous night, because as it was happening at the house, it was kind of ask a question and get a little answer, but it was kind of bits and pieces because of the interruption. So I asked her if it was possible, which she said yes, and her friend Kimmy, I can't remember Kimmy's last name off the top of my head right now, drove her to the Holman Police Department, which was basically the closest police department or place where we could sit down and conduct an interview in an uninterrupted manner. So I drove my vehicle, Lori drove with her friend to the Holman Police Department.
So you had offered to go to the police department. I mean, did you tell her it was the Holman Police Department, or did you say somewhere different?
I believe I told her it was the Holman Police Department, so they knew where we were going to be going.
Did you say that she drove with a friend?
Yes.
And that was separate from yourself, how you got there, or no?
Correct, yeah. Like I said, I drove my vehicle. Miss Phillips drove in another vehicle.
Oh, so somebody, I mean, you either let Miss Phillips or the friend know where you were going.
Correct.
Is there any special reason why you suggested the Holman PD?
I believe I stated that because it was the closest area that we could get privacy to sit down and be able to talk.
Did you know this Kimmy? Did you know this person?
No, I did not.
And did you talk to or really interview that person?
At the time, that morning, she was in some of the conversations that we had at the residence, and then when she drove Miss Phillips to the Holman Police Department, she stayed out in a waiting room lobby area of the Holman Police Department.
So this, I guess, Kimmy, she's not involved with your office or the investigation. That's what I'm asking.
Correct.
Do you recall what time you got to the Holman Police Department?
Approximately 9:30
AM or PM?
a.m.
So was this the same day or a different day?
The same day, that morning.
So you had went pretty much right there.
Yes.
And that's about 2.5 hours after you got the initial call? Or
Yes.
where did you go, I guess, once you got into the Holman Police Department?
We went into one of their interview rooms, one of their large interview rooms that they have at the police department there. There's a large table in the middle of the interview room. I escorted Miss Phillips there, asked her if she needed anything, she needed to go to the bathroom, wanted any water or coffee or anything like that. To where we went. Again, her friend Kimmy was out in the lobby area of the police department.
The room you went to, I guess, did you say it was an interview room?
Yes.
I guess, without belaboring the point, where is that room generally located in the Holman PD?
I guess it's just off of their squad room. I guess that's not going to make much difference to the jury, but that would be on the southern side of the police department, kind of adjacent to their garage area. So it'd be kind of in the back southern corner, southwestern corner of the police department.
And you indicated that Kimmy had stayed in the lobby.
Yes.
Are there other people at the police station at this time?
I believe there's other officers that were, the Holman police officers that were at the police department at that point.
Did you do anything to set up the interview prior to interviewing Ms. Phillips?
I guess when I got into the interview room, I sat down with Ms. Phillips. Typically what I like to do is have individuals that I'm talking to in this type of a situation is write out a written statement of, telling me the events leading to whatever the end of the incident might be. I typically tell them to tell me what they believe, write down what they believe is important or relevant, is how I start out my interviews.
So I guess, is that a tool that you often use?
Yes, It's one of the tools, and not all officers or all investigators use that. It's one that I found that's very, very useful.
And I guess was Ms. Phillips, I mean, was she permitted to amend or supplement that written statement?
Yes, she was, and typically that, I shouldn't say typically, at times that can happen, but she was allowed to kind of put in asterisks in the written report.
So did she make a written statement?
Yes, she did.
Did you eventually get an opportunity to interview Ms. Phillips?
Yes, I did.
And I guess that since I had asked about she made a written statement, did she supplement the written statement?
She also supplemented the written statement, yes.
Did you describe and discuss those topics in your eventual interview with Ms. Phillips?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
I guess by video or just audio or?
Video, audio representation from the interview room at the police department.
If you saw part of the footage from that interview, would you be able to recognize it?
Absolutely, yes.
So, Your Honor, we might need, unless we already, oh. I have directed the clerk to mark what is now Exhibit 76. I'm asking to display, I guess, the initial part of that just on screen without playing it for the purpose of
Okay.
Say that again. Let me try it again.
So Investigator Leinfelder, now that this is on screen, are you able to recognize a photo of what is on? I guess, what can you tell us about what is on the screen?
Yes, this is the interview room of the Houma Police Department. On the right side of the video, you have Ms. Phillips, and at that point she is seated and writing out a written statement.
And in I guess, is this the interview? Or is this a recording of the interview I was previously describing?
This is a photo of the interview, yes.
And how can you tell?
I've watched. I was there, and I also watched the interview on the computer after the fact.
And up in the top left corner of our screen, is that I guess, what is that?
It's a time and date stamp. It's dated February 23rd, 2019. It's the day of the week, which is Saturday. And the time stamp on this photo is 9:54 and 54 seconds a.m.
And from your memory and what you've testified to here, does that sound like an accurate time of when you interviewed Ms. Phillips?
Yes, like I said, I believe that we walked into the interview room right around 9:30 in the morning, and she started working on her written statement. So yes, that's an accurate time. It would fit the time.
So I'm now messing, I guess, for lack of a better term, with the scroll bar. Can you just identify about how long this video is? I'm looking at the bottom.
The bottom here,
Yeah.
1:54 and 42.
And this is beginning at, it looked like,
That's about the 21-minute mark.
okay.
21-minute 02.
You had indicated you had watched this interview before. That timing that I'm talking about, that time frame, Does that sound accurate to you as far as how long it was?
Yes.
And do you believe this to be, from what you can see and the indicators you made, a true and accurate copy of this interview recording?
Yes.
I'm going to request that this exhibit, pending if there's any further objections to authenticity throughout playing it, but right now I'm going to ask that it be submitted as evidence and permission to continue with the recording.
Subject to future objection, no objection.
Okay. Received?
And it can be published.
Yes.
Just for the record, I'm going to move it back to the beginning.
So, Investigator Leinfelder, before we begin playing, is the timer now at 00?
Yes, it is.
And the top left, is that timestamp? What is that at?
Same date, 9:33 and 51 seconds a.m.
For the record, I'm going to jump ahead about a minute 30. I guess I jumped ahead 54 seconds just so.
And before we begin, Investigator Leinfelder, did anything to the best of your memory happen in that first 54 seconds?
No, that was the time that the recorder was starting, and then we entered the room.
Sponsorships. Got TV. Thanks, Jake. Yeah, you bet. Brett. Sometimes it's easier to put your thoughts down.
Cool.
In a written form. Obviously, it'll get you going on this.
I have to get Mark's glasses on.
Which cheaters do you use? The 125s or the?
I have no idea.
I just.
The 1.0.
The camera system is your email. Do you use that goes by email system?
Oh, it's Mark's email.
And as it passed, you know what his email address is that it would go to?
Yep, I have all the passwords.
Okay.
So, well, let me look, but I'm assuming it is his. So M Phillips at yhic.com.
So,
Check my notes. I have everything.
MPHILLITS.
Oh my God, we should change our address. Oh my God. Sorry.
Oh my God. All correct. And what?
YHIC. Your Home Improvement Company.com. So YHIC.com. And I can almost guarantee.
Why?
Capital PHILO 7024.
PHILO 7024.
Capital P. Actually didn't have that one written down, but I'm fairly positive that's going to be it. I don't even know what the date is. The 23rd. Can I start this?
Yeah, just basically starting from when you left last night, you went to dinner, everything you told me. You went to Sloopy's, had wings, pizza, blah, blah, blah. Went to the dive for the drawing. When things got a little, when the argument may have started, just in that kind of deal. More specific you could be, better. If you can't be specific, completely understand. Yeah, no, not like that. Just other things that, whatever you think's important to put into that, to tell the story of what happened last night, the domestic situation. I am going to let you work. I'm going to go to the bathroom quick. I'll check on Kimmy, make sure she's squared away. If you need anything, just open up the door, give me a holler. But I'm checking on very long.
What did we do? So I don't even know what to do because here I forgot all about the physical part that I didn't write in there.
Okay, you can just, you just want to insert it, you can just make a, you just continue on, So you can put little asterisks here and then go back on another piece of paper.
I was
Put
like, how
that,
stupid are you, Lori? 'Cause I
no,
was trying to-
it's your mind's racing a million miles per hour. It's tough to do these things, but no, I'll get you some more paper. You don't want anything, soda, water.
Actually, I'll have a water. Please, thank you.
I've stopped the video at 17, looks like 26, 1726. Investigator Leinfelder, I'll try not to interrupt too many times, but I guess you're talking about what you said about the asterisks. Is that, I guess, what is that? What does that mean? Asterisks here, asterisks there.
I will tell the individual, like, put the asterisk where you think if you left something out and you want to fill it in, mark a spot on the paper to show where you think that should have filled in, where you want to fill it in. Again, I was instructed, do your best to give me what's important about the incident and go from there. So
when I had asked you about supplementing statements, is that how you would notate that asterisk?
yes.
And does the location of the asterisk correspond to where it was supposed to be in the statement, or no? Or is there any timing weighted at a certain time?
It appeared that it fit, I guess, to answer that question, it appeared that it fit in the timing of the of where she was writing the statement and of events that she was, the important events in her mind of where they were.
But you yourself, you didn't instruct her to do anything special.
No, I didn't. I basically put the asterisk. I didn't tell her where to put an asterisk in.
Let the record reflect we're starting again at 1726, exactly where we had paused. So, Your Honor, because we're making a written record, we had a fumble at council table with a water bottle. If I may have permission, I would like to, the video right now is stopped, it looks like 18:05. Would we have permission to go back just a little bit, in case the disturbance cut off the video, or just keep going?
I'll just keep going.
Judge, can I ask, is the volume all the way up?
The volume's very hard to hear after the stoppage.
It did move the microphone the way it was pointed, so.
Okay. So you're doing the volume off the microphone? You're not doing it through the system, in other words.
So no,
It's connected to the system, but somehow it is going through my device.
Okay. I don't know, keep playing. This is a long video, keep going.
Starting at 18:05.
All right. They don't, hopefully they'll be able to get in. If not, they might try to do it with your phone, if that's okay. I'll let you know. Water.
I don't know the two hotels' names.
It's what?
I don't know the two hotels' names.
You told me Comfort Inn,
Comfort Inn, yep.
and then, Baymont. That's correct? I guess you want.
So I need to add, when we were outside of, the dive.
Okay. So just start with like an asterisk there. And, on that page, you put an asterisk where you want to insert it, I don't know. And then, okay, and then do the same after that there.
Literally can't. Can I turn my cameras off?
Yeah. Can you turn your lights off? Cameras on, turn your lights off. I don't think we need to keep the cameras on, but I don't want to shut anything down really. Actually, you know what they might do is that guy that's trying to download or look into that might just give him the phone. So, try to do that. The video camera's there.
Stop the video at 2622 Investigator Leinfelder. What cameras are you talking about?
The blink cameras that are at the residence, when they're on, there's motion detection. So anytime there's a motion detection on the camera, an alert goes to your phone, and I believe in similar to a text message. With officers being at the residence, there was lots of motion going on. So Ms. Phillips was asking if she could turn the cameras off so she wouldn't be distracted by that.
And that was due to what was still happening at the residence while this interview was happening.
Yes, with the other officers that were still at the scene. The volume was a little bit low when you started that back up after that last part.
Starting at 2622 again, where do we have?
I'll see if that guy's here. Sorry. He needs to, is there a code or is it just a number?
The code on that one is 081895.
0818.
Brandon. He got mad because it was Hunter, so then he switched.
Don't want to feel left out. I'll see if he's here. We'll just put that. We'll get that buzz. He can look into that. You're okay if you put that into that?
Yeah.
Okay.
here hurts. I don't know, I don't know that I can call it bruise because I haven't even looked. I haven't even changed my clothes.
I'm pausing at 29:35. Investigator Leinfelder, I guess it looks like you're looking at your phone there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What are you doing? Are you doing anything of note there?
A lot of times during interviews, information gets relayed back and forth through text messages from other officers, other investigators that might be on the scene of an incident, trying to give a heads up. Could be me relaying information back regarding in this instance, maybe the camera system that they have on the home security camera system they have in the house. So I know in sometimes it appears that we're distracted or we're doing other things, but in these instances where we're doing interviews, we're either receiving or delivering information that we're receiving as we receive it, so we have a better understanding on what's going on at the scene, what's going on in the interview room, and basically that's the context of me looking at my phone.
So you're actually doing something relating to the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Replaying the video at 29:35 where we had paused?
What do you call the step thing that you get into the truck? What do you call it?
Side rail or stuff?
The last thing I wanted you guys thinking he's a bad person though by reading this. Because he
No.
certainly wasn't. You just had a jealous reaction.
You said you had a possible bruise here. You
No, I
got
wouldn't
grabbed
say
by
that.
the neck.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything or not. You had me in the middle of the truck. There should be an earring somewhere in the truck too, because every time an earring was missing, so.
Tom said, read this just a second. So we went to dinner at Sloopy's with Hannah Klinsky and Adam Stevens. We met at 4:15 p.m. We ate, or approximately. We ate and went to the dive for an 8 p.m. drawing. After the drawing, we were leaving to come back to Holman. We were going to go to Beecher's drawing at 9, and we ran into Scott Cundy. But we were leaving, Scott Cundy asked us to go to a car that had just pulled in to say hi to Terry LaFleur and his wife. Mark said, going to Dick, the truck, and met back at Terry's truck. They all went to Mark's truck to talk. Got into the truck and we left. Mark accused Terry of coming to the bar to see me. He accused me of sleeping with him. Asked. With an asterisk.
Last night. I mean,
Yep.
that's just, like, he's never brought Terry's name up before in his life.
So that's where you put the asterisk. Mark pulled me into the middle of the truck and was holding me down. He had me in a chokehold. After getting away from Mark, I went inside to be with friends. Those who were still at the dive.
Right.
Yeah.
Only
I
at
was
the dive.
missing my left earring and had
I just said sensitive because I don't know what
sensitive
it
area,
is.
right argument, and I asked Mark to take me to the dive, back to the dive, so my friends would take me home. I talked to Hannah, Adam. I asked if
Yeah,
they
I've
would
got
take
all
me.
of the phone things, so I don't know if you guys do
Sure.
that.
Mark dropped me off and took my phone. He took my phone to call Adam 4 times. Mark ended up coming back. I drove, and I messed up there.
Ask me about that.
And he asked me to go outside with him to talk. I started to walk over to go outside, but he made a comment. I turned around and went back.
I can't remember what he said, but I was like, there's no way I'm going outside by myself with him.
He went to the other side of the bar and talked to someone he knew. My friends were going to leave, and I told them I'd be fine, and we were going, and went back by Mark. Everything was okay. He texted me at 8:52 to say, I'm so sorry. I love you. Shortly after that, we left to go home. He brought up Terry again and got really mad. We argued all the way home. When we got home, I told him I was leaving. He said he wanted to get his things out of the truck. He was on the passenger side with the door open. And he got mad and started running over to my door.
Running. Yeah, he ran over to, yeah.
Running over to my door. When he got to my door, I took off. His door was still open, meaning the passenger door that he was
Right.
getting his stuff out. I turned right out of the driveway and it closed. I drove.
One thing I forgot about when I was telling you this is I actually pulled into a subdivision to see if Mark was following me.
Okay.
And this car came up, and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be a cop, it's going to be a cop, and I'm going to get in trouble here because I've been drinking. So then I just like waited for it, and this car just pulled right into their driveway, right into their garage. So some white SUV. And I mean, I'm sure I can go exactly where I was.
I drove to a subdivision down the street, pulled over to see if Mark was chasing me.
There was a car behind me.
A white truck pulled by me and went to their garage. From there, I started looking for hotels. I located Comfort Inn. I went there, but they didn't have any rooms. I went online to get a room at Fort Baymont. When I got there, they stated I rented a room for Saturday night. They didn't have any rooms available. I drove to Woodman's, used the bathroom, and then back to a lot to park and sleep across from Baymont.
Right across, there's like something. I don't even know what it is. It's like a vacant.
Yep.
Well, I don't think it's vacant. I think it's a business, but
It's a little dumpster place, I think.
I don't know.
After a couple hours, it was cold. I got in the front seat and drove home. I went inside and went to sleep on the couch. I didn't want to upset Mark by coming home, so I got up and went upstairs to sleep. In the morning, used the bathroom and walked down to our bedroom. I wanted to confront Mark
I was like, you're going to apologize.
and give an apology.
Do you want me to do 1, 2, 3, 4 for you?
He wasn't in the room. I went outside to see his car was in the garage, thinking he went out with friends last night. That's when I saw him laying in the snowbank. I went inside and called the police. They asked me to lay him on his back, but he was too heavy for me. Anything you didn't, going through that, you didn't put in there that
No, I don't think so. I just forgot that one portion that. It's just, this is just so crazy. So crazy.
so on your, what time was it?
Maybe check my phone.
I know. I can get that. What time, you know what time it was when you, so it was probably before 9 o'clock. You got home or right around 9 o'clock? Because you didn't go to the features for the 9 o'clock.
Nope, we went.
You missed that, so it's between 9 and 10 o'clock, you think you got home.
Yeah, it was well after 9 o'clock because I remember looking, oh, well, we can't go there now. Because we were still at that.
Still at that bar. Okay. And idea of what time you think that you would have got?
I can check text messages between Hannah and Adam and calls and stuff because they were worried.
And that should probably be on the video. The time, could your alarms, your cameras were on.
Right.
So that'll show, the cameras will show the time that you came in.
For sure.
Time that you left. Let's go over the quick notes that I took.
Let me tell you, we just got married in December 29th.
No, I didn't know. Let me, I think our timeline might be, but if we can, I want to see where they're at with the phone, the camera. That might box our times in a little bit better, so we have that. So we can get this better, so. Want to go through the batch briefing. I'll, see if we can. Good.
So, Your Honor, we paused the video at 42:49. It looks like it is just about 15, 20 minutes after noon. I guess I just wanted to take a moment to ask the board how we should.
Yeah, I was thinking that. And I assume that there's how much more on the video, approximately? I don't
An
remember.
hour and 12 minutes.
All right, so let's take a break. Probably makes sense at this point before we get into the longer part of the interview. So again, ladies and gentlemen, please don't talk about the case. We'll have lunch in a couple minutes ready. My hope is it may not take the full half an hour, but hopefully no later than 1:30 before we can bring you in. Otherwise, have a good lunch. We'll see you then. Gotta ask if any. I don't think there's anything. Anything you need to put on the record?
Nothing safe.
I don't know if there's something we can do with that sound in between, or if we tried everything. We can do this off the record, but why don't you, if we can, play with
The
it.
volume up, yeah.
See if we can get it up. Yeah.
let me just check. Speak into that mic again.
The only option on the control is all media live or all media muted. So it's all live now.
Huh. Let me give me a second to check.
No. I have no idea what that is. You know, you sure Ryan Bond.
Try talking again. Try talking one more time.
I don't know if they can hear us.
I mean, we can't go in there because those ladies locked the door.
Let me know if you need me to just talk or say something so that you can hear.
Talk.
No, keep talking. Okay, I will. You'll probably get sick of hearing my voice, so. But you know, I'll do what I got to do to take one for the team. So this system's just fairly new to the program, so why it doesn't work, we're not sure. It should be connected through the audio devices and it'd just be playing in there now and connected in, but so
Try talking now.
we don't do the install of the device or have access to the main controller of the devices. That's EPA, so it's a whole other entity, and we've contacted them but haven't got a response as to what we can do or possibly do to resolve the issue. So without having that knowledge, there's not a whole lot we can do unless hopefully your equipment will plug in and just work all of a sudden, which is highly unlikely too, but you never know.
Yeah, it's.
So how many devices do you guys got split off? So would it feed all three of them cameras?
It would feed
Yeah.
two, but it's not even feeding.
But it's not even feeding one? No. Great.
You guys try the 1/4-inch jack?
None of us have an adapter for the 1/4-inch right now.
Did you hear what he asked? Oh, okay.
We don't have a 1/4-inch. I wish there was a way. I used to bring that stuff, but then I stopped.
It's not even working for one output, so. I'm not sure. They broke for lunch, so do they take an hour? Half an hour? No. Do you? She had everything muted, didn't she?
Yeah. I don't know. That'd be most of what I can do anyways. They're coming out. what happens now? Put all cams up. They don't even want a body in here. So all cams are up. Mine are shut down. And I'm probably gonna be kicked out of this trial. I have to go home tonight. Because everybody has to worry about the specifics of the sound, not the fact that I have to leave a room to go talk about it. I'll go through this video real quick. So strip will be off. Turn it on. This will come up. This will probably be powered down at the time, right? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn this off, hold down the button, and I let go. Usually it goes right off sometimes. Yep, that's how that does it. You power strip everything down, and then in the morning, you come back, and then it is on, record. This is already streaming because you called the control people. And then come over to these two cameras and hit record. Just make sure that when you got all that stuff up, put those batteries in, turn that transmitter on, put the batteries in, turn the receiver on, right here on this cam, and you have sound. The wonderful sound of the crap we have to do. So choose off.
Was that? I use that for refreshing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to, go ahead.
So Clyde helped us fix, off the record,
Yeah,
Clyde helped us fix the sound issue.
yeah, okay, good. So this can also be off the record. Is there any chance we're going to be done this morning, or today with your witnesses?
With our case in chief, no.
Okay. All right, I mean, I was told it was going to be done halfway through today. Is there a way it can be done today?
We've already cut some witnesses out, Your Honor,
All right,
from our list.
just see if there's ways to speed this up, because it's
Yes.
taking longer than I've been informed. Are we waiting for Mr. Burdick, or can we? There we go. Here he comes. Okay. Can we bring the jury in? Yes, from the state? Yes, Your Honor. Jury in.
All right, everybody have a seat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know I've been promising 4, but maybe we're going to go to about 4:30 today so we can see how far we can get this done today. We'll see how it's going. All right, I think we are, Investigator Leinfelder is back up on the stand. I think we're just going to continue to show the remaining, well, whatever part of the video. Go ahead.
That's correct, Your Honor. We are queuing up the video for 42:49.
With the camera system, you earlier said that you had to turn them off.
I turned them off when I was coming home.
Okay.
So he didn't wake up knowing I was coming home.
Okay. And how do you do? Is that easy to do? Is it just a click?
Button.
Just says off on.
It says disable or something.
Yeah, it just turns them off. Then it won't alert his phone because he gets as those alerts you were getting. He was getting the same ones every time there's a motion. You both get alerted to it. Okay, so you turn those off, and that's just a disable.
One little button.
Okay. All right.
We turn them on and off all the time.
Okay. We want to get the text messages and stuff off of your phone. To do that, I got to just have a sheet. It's a consent form that allows us to do that. So, and you've given us verbal permission, but they always make us do this. So I'm going to get a form for that, and then I'll be right back. But they're trying to, I think they were close to being able to use the email and password to get into the camera system. So I'm just waiting on that. But I'm good. You good in the bathroom? Anything? Water? You're still good. Go ahead. So you put your name there. Now I get my name there. Complete search is basically, this is the generic boilerplate work. List the devices, if you want to read that. List of devices and other related materials stored media for the purpose of examination. Today's date is
23rd.
23rd. Yeah, time is 10:19. I guess it's not on there. Just 19. So oh, what is it? Brand name.
I don't even know what model I have.
Serial number. Put in the. What's the phone number for the phone? And you already gave me the write the passcode. Put passcode above that. The model and serial number quick. What's that? What kind of case is on that? Life case or?
I don't even know.
It's an Apple iPhone, right? Mm-hmm. You don't know what number?
Mm-mm. I don't think it's a 10 because I didn't like the 10. I think Mark and I both had 8 pluses.
Okay.
I think.
Hang tight.
Oh, baby. God.
So when you were at Sloopy's, everything was fine.
Perfect.
And
Perfect. Mark and I got along so good. Everything was perfect.
have you had disagreements, arguments like this in the past, like a jealousy thing about other guys and stuff like that? Did that happen often? And I don't want to, we're not speaking ill of anybody, but we just need,
just when he drinks.
Okay.
And I didn't even think he was drinking that much, so I can't even believe it.
Was he just drinking the ultras?
The big Steve Cundy, we hadn't seen, no, Scott Cundy, or Scott Cundy. We hadn't seen Scott Cundy for a long time, so Scott came over and talked to us, and he's like, hey, you remember, whatever the guy's name is, Terry on the floor, and I said, yeah. He goes, of course you do, and I go, what does that mean? You know, because Mark was sitting right there, and I was like, well, what does that mean? I said, I've never been with Mark or Terry before. And he's like, oh, he's coming here, he's coming here. So then when he came, Mark's like, oh, well, Scott called him and told him to come to see you. I said, and he brought his wife? Does that make sense to you, Mark? So then when we were on the phone at one point, because I had to take, of course I didn't think of this either, when I took Adam's phone, Adam's like, he's calling me again, and I just took it. And he's like, I'm going to come back, and I am going to punch some people out. And I said, do you want me to go over by Terry right now, and you can ask him if he came here to see me? So I walked over, he said, yes. He goes, and I'm going to come and punch his face off. You know, like talking like that. And I said, Terry, I said, my husband thinks that you came here to see me. He goes, that's crazy. And I said, Mark, he said, that's crazy. So, of course, Mark didn't believe it. He was sitting with his wife at a totally different area. We weren't even near them. I was with my friends.
And you hadn't had, you knew Terry from back in the day, kind of.
Probably like I knew you, like I knew of you.
Yeah, but not really weren't ever.
Right.
And why do you think Scott thought it would be a big?
Just, and I said, well, what do you mean by that? And he's like, well, you know, chapter 2 days or whatever. He bartended there. I didn't know he bartended there. Chapter 2 had so many bartenders. I didn't know that. But so that's what he was associating it with. Lori Gamuki with Ghost Chapter 2.
So this would happen when Mark would drink. Was Mark a big drinker? I mean, do you drink often, or what?
Mark works in the cities.
Yeah.
So Mark works in the cities Monday through Thursday, comes home maybe Thursday or Friday, and then then in the weekends we just spend time together like nonstop. We are inseparable on the weekends because we love to be together, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
He's such a good guy.
we had so much fun together. That was the whole thing. He's like, I've never been with anybody where we've had so much fun.
So you got married, how long have you just got married in December, you told me, and then how long had you been together prior to that?
Since 2016.
Okay, so you've been together quite some time. So when he came back, I mean, do you think when he was up in Minneapolis, he would be drinking a lot, or would he?
No, he didn't drink at all during the
week.
week.
Working.
Never.
When he came back, you guys just kind of describe your drinking habits now. That when you got home, you know, out to dinner, have a couple drinks with friends, that kind of stuff.
And then go home.
Yeah. Okay.
Normally we would, or just stay home and have like drinks in the hot tub, and we'd catch up on all of our TV shows.
Sure.
Like that's always what we did.
Okay. All right. And the times that he would get in arguments with you, was there other times that he got physical with you?
Yeah, I mean, like pushing. He's never like punched me or anything.
No.
He's never done that. Just like pushing and stuff. He just gets so angry. He gets so angry.
Is it different things that he gets angry about, or is it other?
So he always explained it, and so that I could try and understand it, he said, if I ever feel like someone's trying to take you from me, or I'm going to lose you, he goes, I can't control what happens in my mind. He says, I can't help it. I can't help it. So when that happens, we just have to deal with it, and I'm just like, I just can't even believe that he makes these things up in his head, that it just gets in his head and he can't let it go.
After an episode like that would happen, where he'd go, like the next day, how was his behavior? Would he?
Always sorry. He was always sorry. He texted me immediately,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't respond because I was still pissed off.
Yeah.
I'm like, of course you're sorry, you know, is what I was thinking in my head.
The incident last night was on a scale of other incidents. Would that be as far as the physical aspect?
He's always told me, he said, I would never ever hurt you, ever. So, I couldn't even believe it. And I'm not even gonna lie, I made a scene outside, and I'm like, you know what, you put your hands on me, I'm done. I'm never ever, I'm done with you. You just go live your life, go. And that's when he stormed off, or took the truck and just healed away.
Were your friends anybody outside when that? Your friends saw that too? Would that have been Hannah and Adam and
There was people outside smoking.
Okay.
Hannah's dad was out there, so Hannah's dad saw it all too. Bob Klinsky. You know, it's just so sad because it's the first time her parents had met him, and he made such a horrible impression on them.
Adam was there too?
Yep.
Was Scott out there, or?
At that time, I don't know.
Terry or anybody else that you would have known that was with you guys? Just the so.
Yeah. There was people.
Hannah, Adam, and then Hannah's dad, Bob.
Bob was definitely out there.
Would have saw that.
Because I remember walking up to Hannah and I'm like, "Did you just see him peel out?" And she's like, "I just got out here," so I do remember her saying that.
Okay.
But when he did it, and there's a parking lot. So he like tore off in the parking lot, and then when he got onto Ward Avenue, then he tore off again. But like there could have been people parked or walking or just anywhere. He just got so angry.
So then he peeled off after that happened.
And I said to them, you know what? I know he's going to come back. He will come back, so don't worry about it.
Had you guys left the parking lot when this happened? Because you were getting in the truck and you left, and then
We left, and then I had him bring me back because he was not sane at the time.
Okay, and that's when he was grabbed. Then he grabbed you by the neck.
Mm-hmm.
How far down do you think Ward Avenue?
Honestly, I can't tell you.
Okay.
I can't even remember where we were. Like I was just like in awe. I just couldn't even believe it.
Okay, so then he came back and dropped you off there.
Tore off. And
you had conversation. That's when Hannah just walked out, and Adam.
But her dad was outside.
Her dad was outside, wasn't it? Did you have conversations with Hannah and Adam about what happened?
Oh yeah, we had plenty of texts and them phone calling me in. Because they were worried. They're like, I'll come get you. I said, I'm fine. I'm going to sleep in the truck. I'm fine.
We're back when you're in the dive. I'm sorry, you jumped ahead. When you're at the dive, so they were outside, Bob, and Adam. Sounds like Hannah just had come out, so she didn't see this. But when you got back into did you have a conversation with them about what had just occurred? Okay. So then at some point, now he's got your phone at this point.
He has my phone and I have his, because I always carry our phones in that outside pocket.
Okay.
He's like, give me my phone, and when he said that, because he always takes when he gets mad at me, he takes my phone away from me. So when he said, give me my phone, I assumed he wanted my phone. So I gave him my phone, but I still had his.
Okay.
So that's why he was calling from my phone to Adam Stevens. And I have 4 calls in my...
Did Adam have any conversations, with him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He did. I don't know what...
Does Adam, they live in La Crosse?
Winona.
They live in Winona.
They came just to say goodbye to us, to have dinner and say goodbye since we were leaving.
Okay. So eventually, Mark comes back. Did you talk to him before he came back, or anything like that?
I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens.
Okay.
Because Stevens kept going, he's calling again, pushing it to me.
Okay. So then he came back. Did you have a conversation with him when he came back?
He was by the back door, which our table was by I don't know if you call it the front door or the back door, wherever you walk in. And not by the bathroom, it's way over there, but so front door we'll call it. And he's like, get outside now. And Hannah's like, and he kept talking like that. And Hannah's like, just go do it now. Just go do it. So he stops.
Mm-hmm.
So I start to come over there, and I start to walk over there, and he said something, and I can't remember. And I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not going outside with him. So then I did.
You remember what he said?
I don't remember what he said, but
something rough to say. I'm not. So that made him more angry.
But then he calmed down after that, because after that he went to the other side of the bar, because I saw him getting a drink, and then all of a sudden I turned around, I'm like, oh my God, Adam, where is he? Where is he? He goes, I don't know. He goes, oh, he's over at the other side of the bar. So I'm like, okay. So then that's when he sent me the text. And then Adam had another drink. And then
that's
after
what
I got that
text. I'm sorry, text. That's okay. I got you.
And so Adam had a drink, and then after that they were going to leave, and I got the text. I said, you guys, I'm fine. I know he's fine now. And I walked over there, and we try not to make a scene, so I acted like nothing was wrong in front of his friend.
Do you know who his friend was? Okay. Doesn't matter.
Somebody he hadn't seen for a long time.
Okay.
But it's this guy, he went on and on. He's like, I've never been this happy in my entire life. Like, she's just... I'm on top of the moon. Like, he just went on and on, and this guy's like, holy shit. He's like, you're the real deal. Like, he kept saying, you guys have it going on, and I know we have it going. I mean, I know we were really good. It's just when he got so angry that he just can't control himself, and I don't know why. And I said, well, you need to figure that out. But
so at some point you're going to leave the dive. And was there talk about where you were going to go at that point, or just how did you decide to leave? Did Mark say let's go, or you say let's go, or kind of tell me about that?
I'm assuming I said let's go.
Okay.
The guy that he was talking to him, and his wife took him too. So I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's just get out of here. But driving home, then he starts all over again. I'm like, you need to get over what's in your head. I said, you're crazy, you're cuckoo. Like, honestly, I did say that. Because he just makes shit up.
Is there any... So you went from the dive right directly to Homey and stop anywhere else. Arguing the whole way? Or did it stop at one point?
I don't think so. I think we argued the whole way.
Any more physical...
Well, so I guess 2 things I forgot. So when I was at the dive and I was going to leave, because he said he was going to meet me outside, I'm like, oh, you know what, fuck this, I'm just going to leave on my own, because I think he started being a jerk again. I'm like, seriously, are we going to go through this again? He's like, nope, I'm done. So then he comes out and he hits the window on the truck, and I'm like, I said, seriously. And then when we got home, he was inside, and when I was going to leave, so why was he inside? But I don't know, but he runs out and, like coming out like this. And then I'm like, no, Mark, and I shut the door. And then he's like, well, I'm going to get my stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to get my stuff in. And I said, take all your stuff that you want. Take it.
So when you got home, you came in the long driveway at the house, correct? I guess.
The second driveway.
The second driveway.
The M driveway.
Okay.
The
Yep.
M and W, yeah.
Okay. You came in there and he got out and went inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I remember him coming out like that, but I don't know.
Okay. And you just got out and went into the...
Well, when he was coming out, I was already in the driver's side, or already in the driver's
Yeah.
seat.
So you got out when you pulled in, he went inside, you didn't go, did you go inside?
I don't think I went inside at all.
Okay. So then you got in the driver's side, and then that's when he came out and was going to hit the window again. Okay. And then he said, I'm going to get my stuff out. And okay, go from there then. I just wanted to make sure I was trying to...
Go ahead, get your stuff out. So he was like getting everything out, and I don't remember what happened again, but then he got all pissed off again, like he was going to come get me. So then I'm just like, F this, and I was out. I'm gone.
So then he went from the passenger side where he was getting some of his stuff out. You said there was a can koozie something.
Yeah, I saw the guy took it down.
Yeah, because they said there was a can koozie out there.
So what he did is he said, here you go, you can keep this because this is all you have, and I flipped it out the window like this because his door was open, so I just flipped it out.
Okay. All right. So he's standing at the passenger side door getting some of his stuff, still angry. You flipped that back at him or out the door.
No, that wasn't. He didn't even know. He was like,
yeah, not at him, but
he didn't even probably know I did that.
Sure. So at some point he leaves the passenger side of the vehicle and comes around the front of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
he was running for me. Yeah, okay. Like I'm surprised he didn't just go through. You know, okay. Like he could, but.
Okay. So and he gets around the front of the vehicle. And he's coming towards the...
Yeah, to my door.
Okay.
And then I was like, F this, and then I took off.
Okay. So he was right at your door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was he able to open your door?
I don't know. I don't remember that part.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
but at one point, I don't know if it was that point, I'm just like, I hope the cameras are on. Like, I yelled at him. I hope the cameras are on. But I don't know if they were or not. I hope they were.
Okay. Was your window down or up at that point?
Oh, up.
Okay. Did he hit the window or anything when you were...
Mm-mm.
So when he gets around the front, you put it in drive and you're...
Right, when he got over to my side of the door.
You're
because
saying...
I didn't, it was so dark that I couldn't figure out where the lock was, but even if I would have locked it, he probably would have punched the window. So it's probably a good thing that I didn't lock it, but either way.
So did he reach for the handle, do you recall?
I don't. It was dark. B, it was so fast. C, all I wanted to do was just get away so that everybody was going to be fine.
Okay. So you pull away from where the truck was parked. He was standing there. What did he do as you were pulling away?
I have no idea.
You know, okay.
I have no idea. What I'm assuming is he ran after me.
Okay. Why are you assuming that?
Well, because of where he was.
Okay, I got you. But you didn't notice him there or anything like that?
Oh my God, no.
Well, no, you didn't notice him running after you.
No, but I like literally,
So
there was a car that passed the driveway, so I was like, oh God, when I was trying to get out, because the car's probably looking at me like, what the hell?
W or?
It was right off of W. It's a subdevelopment off of W.
Okay. And that's on the left side going back into Holman. So is there after the big S turn, that subdivision, are you thinking?
I think it was...
Or is it, because they're long straightaway.
I think it was
before they kind of come up that little gradual hill and there's a little subdivision.
Sorry, I think it skipped forward there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Investigator Leinfelder, do you recall about where it was when the street went dark?
I thought the timestamp was at 10:39 when it shut off.
Judge, can we just put on the record that the video picture became blurry for a moment or two, and then the screen went dark, and when counsel for the state tried to restart it, it appeared to have skipped forward some amount of time.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't normally go blurry, right? That just was. Oh, it does. Okay. That was your computer. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Some of it wasn't.
That's where it says I didn't lock it or anything. She's talking about the door at that point. Where you just were. And I just skipped for, I don't know.
But this is going to be a repeat, I'm sorry.
We're starting it at.
We're starting it back up at 105.43. It should not be too repetitive.
Why are you assuming that?
Well, because of where he was.
Okay, I got you. But you didn't notice him there or anything like that?
Oh my God, no.
Well, no, you didn't notice him running after you.
No, but I like literally,
So.
there was a car that passed the driveway, so I was like, oh God, when I was trying to get out, because the car's probably looking at me like, what the hell?
W or?
It was right off of W. It's a subdevelopment off of W.
Okay. And that's on the left side going back into Holman. So is there after the big S turn, that subdivision, are you thinking?
I think it was.
Or is it, there's a long straightaway
I think it was
before they kind of come up that little gradual hill and there's a little subdivision. I guess it's not little.
It wasn't, it's new. All I can say is it's newer because, it's newer because there were newer homes and there wasn't very many of them that I recall.
Okay. So that was off to the left.
Off to the left.
And that's when truck pulls into the driveway, you're kind of like startled because what are the odds? And then you start making phone calls to, or did you drive to Comfort Inn?
No, I went online and I went to hotels near me, and Comfort Inn said that they had a room available. So I just went there. I didn't book it online, and I got there. I was behind some other guy, some couple, because she was coming from the bathroom or something.
That's all by Woodman's?
Mm-mm.
Well, where's
No, that's over by Festival Foods. I didn't even realize it was there.
Oh, yeah,
By
okay, over
Ocean
yeah.
Sushi. No,
Yeah.
not Ocean. That's
Okay.
Winona, whatever that place is.
Yeah,
That place is so good.
so that's you went to that one, and they didn't have a room. You went.
So then I sat in their parking lot, and I went online to find a place, and then I found a place, and I booked the room. And when I got there, he said, no, we don't have any vacancy. And I said, no, I have the text message right here. And he's like, no, you booked your room for Saturday night. And I went, oh my God. And he goes, I said, do you want your cancellation number? And I said, yes. And I put it right in the text so that I wasn't going to get charged for the room. And I didn't stay at.
And that was the payment by Woodman's.
That
correct?
Was, yeah.
Yep. So then you went to Woodman's.
Right when you walk in the door, there's a restaurant. I had no idea. I was like, yes.
So you went in the big front doors, or the big front or the front doors there. And then you went back out to your truck, and
Yep. And then I think that Hannah kept texting me, so I texted her back. And then finally, then it said, "This is Adam now," because then Adam took her phone. He's like, "This is Adam." I don't remember what he said, like, "Come back to Winona" or something like that. I don't even know what he said. But I remember him saying, I remember us reading, "This is Adam now."
okay. And that was on your phone you had now.
My phone, the phone that you guys have.
Okay. All right. So you decided to just sit in the parking lot, kind of around the backside of Woodman's?
Right where I walked in. Right where I walked in. I was
Right at
parked
Woodman's.
there.
Okay, and that's where you stayed?
No, that's when I was on my phone with Hannah and
so then
Adam.
after
After that, I said, "You guys, I'm fine. I'm just going to stay in the truck." And then I went back over to that one spot because I noticed it when I was coming out. And I was like, "Oh, I could just park there," but I'm like, "I gotta pee."
So if you're coming out of where you were parked out of the main entrance, you're going to come out. The little gas station of Woodman's is right here. You're going to turn left to go by Arby's, and it's just right on that corner, right there. Okay.
Right across from the hotel.
Yep. Okay. And you slept there for?
Well, I don't even know that I slept, but I was there
You were
a
there.
couple hours probably.
Okay.
And then maybe I did because I woke up and my feet were freezing. So I was like, okay, it's freezing cold in here. But then when I turned the car on to turn the heat on, all the lights are super bright, and I couldn't figure out how to turn them off. So then I didn't want to be sitting there with my car started and then have somebody come up. And so then I'm just like, this is stupid, and I just went home.
At some point, you told one that you turned the cameras off because you didn't want to wake up Mark on the way
I did
home.
do that.
Okay.
I did that when I was actually driving, which was not a smart idea at all. I mean, it's easy
And that was
to...
after you had kind of, you stayed at the lot and didn't really sleep, but kind of slept there on your way back home. That's when you hit the disable the cameras.
Correct.
Okay. And you pulled into the driveway, looked like you used the first driveway?
Mm-hmm. I sure did.
Where you got home last night, this morning, was right where the truck is
Yep,
now.
I never touched that.
That's right, okay. So then you went in and slept on the couch
Well, I went to the couch, and that wasn't comfortable at all.
before you go there. So you walked in and you saw his shoes?
No, well, I walked in and our back door was unlocked because he told me, he's like, you're going to leave and I'm going to change the locks, is what he said, because he's notorious for that. And I'm like, whatever. So when I got home, I didn't expect to actually be able to get in. I would have just left the truck running at home and stayed in there until Mark woke up, is what I was thinking. But when I went to get my key out or whatever, it was open. The door was unlocked. I'm like, that's weird. And the dining room light was on. So I'm like, why is the dining room light on? So I turned that off, and then I just went and laid on the couch, just assuming he was sleeping. His shoes are there, dining room lights on. I didn't know why that was there, but they're on.
Okay.
And then I'm like, okay, this isn't even comfortable. Like, my back hurt. Like, the back seats are like, they do this, like, thing, and they're hard. It was not comfortable at all. So then I'm like, I just want a bed. But I didn't want to go to the bed across the room from us because our door was open, so I didn't want to wake him up. So I snuck upstairs, which I've never slept upstairs before in my life. And I just went up there to sleep so that I could just try and get some sleep. And I probably slept for 2 hours.
Okay. You get up. Do you remember what time you got in?
Well, so I got up and I went to the bathroom, and then I went into the room, and then the cameras caught all this, because then when I went outside, when I went to go see if the thing was there, that would tell you what time I got up. Okay. I would say I got up at like 6:30, something like that.
So, on the way home, you disabled the cameras?
So he didn't know that I was coming home.
And at what point did those get back on? Do those automatically go on, or how does that
work? I enabled it once I got home, so that there's no movement then.
Okay, all right. So you got home, you turned it back on. You didn't know that.
I don't even know.
I understand your rationale. You don't want to you don't want his phone to go buzz like it has been,
right,
to wake him up and saying, "Hey, now I'm home. We're going to start this all over again." Right. So you disabled it. You got home, and then you turned them back, enabled them back on.
Right.
Okay. All right. So you get up. You go back upstairs to...
I had to go back upstairs. Well, okay.
And you're kind of like, okay, I'm going to get the apology, or...
No, I didn't go back upstairs. I had to go in the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
I walked back to our bedroom because I was going to wake him up and wait to hear...
Okay, when I say upstairs, I'm sorry, I keep thinking the bedroom's upstairs and it's on the main level. So
yeah.
That's my correction.
The bedroom I stayed in was upstairs.
Was upstairs. Your main bedroom is on the main level there. Okay, now I got you. And you saw that he wasn't there. Did you look around the rest of the house, or what?
Yeah, well, because I'm like, well, where the hell is he?
Mm-hmm.
I even went to our closet because I thought, I don't know what I was thinking. I was like just trying to find him. I'm like, did he? I don't know. Did he leave? Did he? So my impression that if the true Mark Phillips that I know, that he would have gotten in his car and went and found his buddies and partied the rest of the night.
Did you think he was really intoxicated during the night when you were at the dive, or
no.
Nothing like really? But you can tell when somebody's like what his normal drinking habits is and how he acts when he's that way. Mm-hmm. I'm sure we've seen him when he's over drank and how he acts. What would you label his?
I don't even know how he got drunk. I don't. He
didn't appear drunk to you?
Well, he wasn't sober, but he wasn't over.
He wasn't falling down drunk and swearing. You could understand and things like that.
Not
he was
at
just
all.
Kind of he had a buzz on, for lack of better terms. And then,
he went by the bartender, who I think was the owner, and he was teasing him, saying he was Johnny Wad, which he isn't, but he kind of looks like him. So they took a picture, and he's like, you got to get a bottle of Polish. And I said, let me take your picture, you guys. So I took their picture, and we posted it, and we tagged Wad in it. But then he ended up doing a shot at Polish, which when Mark does shots, that's bad, and he can't do it for his diabetes also because there's so much sugar in it. So when he did a shot, when the guy put it down, he looked at me, he's like, I'm not going to do it or whatever. And then he just drank it, and I was like, what the hell? And then I'm like, oh, God, here we go again, because this is going to get ugly again. Shots are not good.
Okay. So back, you're looking for him in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You don't find him, you go where?
To the garage. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to go see. He must have taken off last night.
Okay. And that's to,
he told me when he was taking his stuff out that he was going to go to HD. So I assumed, because he's like, and you know what, I'm going to use these 2 bar chips that I have tonight. I'm like, you go ahead, Mark.
Okay. HD?
Tavern.
Where's that?
HD Tavern, it's a new tavern. It's on Home and Drive, that's why it's HD. It's right across the Mills Festival.
Right. I can't picture where it would be. Anyway, doesn't make a difference. So you go outside, check the car's there.
I didn't even get to the garage. I mean, I got like 1 step from the handle.
Okay.
And I don't even know why, but I happened to look. Oh, I think I just caught something because it just looked like a big black blob, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, then I just couldn't even believe it. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. Oh my God, it was awful. It was awful.
What did you do then?
I ran to him first, I'm sure. And then I ran and got my phone upstairs. I had to go all the way upstairs to get my phone, and then I brought it back downstairs and I called. And then I just kept it down there, and I had to talk to her until they showed up.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to 911, or how you described what was going on?
I said that I found my husband in the snowbank, and she wanted to know if I wanted to do like CPR or something like that. And she kept telling me I had to roll him over onto his back, and he was like stuck to the ground and stuff. And it was just so gross. Like it's so bad. Ugh. I couldn't do it. So I tried to like push him over. And his hand was like this, so I opened his hand because I didn't know like if he was hanging on to something or what he was doing. There was nothing in his hand. But I tried to push him over, and I didn't get him over. And I said, she said, "Do you want to do?" And I said, "No, I can see if the fingers were like blue."
Okay. And I don't want to go into it. When you tried to roll over, do you kind of feel like he was like stuck to the ground or frozen to the ground?
It did, but it wasn't like rigor mortis or anything. It wasn't like that.
Okay.
But it was just like his clothes were kind of stuck there or whatever.
Okay. Notice anything else about him? I know I'm bringing in some really, if you're not comfortable going into some detail of what you saw when you were looking at him, I don't want you to go there, but is there anything else that you noticed around him that was unusual or anything that...
No, he just had like his hand here and like one here or whatever, and he was like on the side like this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, like there was snow on his eyes and his lips and stuff. And so I knew immediately. My worst fear is that he chased me down the driveway and slipped and fell. And then I just left him there, and I didn't even know he was there. Because otherwise I would have just come back. And then I pulled in the driveway today, and I didn't even see him. I had no idea he was there. And that would have helped. Well, maybe it was like 2 o'clock. It could have helped. I don't know. Oh, my God, I just can't believe he was out there. Like,
you didn't, when you were pulling away, you didn't see him?
No.
Okay.
I didn't, like, at that time, I just had to get the hell out of there. I didn't see him. I didn't know what he was doing.
Just the door wasn't, your door, the driver's door wasn't open or anything? He wasn't in there?
My door was not open. The passenger side was open. But he was on my side.
He couldn't have got the clothing or anything caught in the door. The door wasn't open?
I do not remember my door being open unless if he got it open last second. I do not, but I know that that's what he was coming for. But I can't remember that. That's why it's so beneficial that we have the cameras.
Sure. wanna go check to see how they're doing with the time, to help us out with the time frames on your statement, that the camera should be able to give us that, so I just wanna double check with that.
Okay.
Do you need to go to the bathroom?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom again.
Okay.
I just feel so bad that Kimmy's having to deal with all this stuff.
Yeah, she wants to be there for you, so that's, you can go right back in, and I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Stopping at 1:20:46.
Judge, while she is doing that, I will briefly make a record that although it was different than what we saw before, there does seem to be, or there was some brief period where the video blacked out again. Originally, it looked like it was maybe a screensaver kind of thing, or the computer had not been used for enough period of time. I just wanted to note that for the record, that when we did replay the video, it was brief but similar, that there was that blackout on the screen.
Okay. Can I comment on it?
Yeah, if you have an explanation.
I don't have an explanation, but it cut out at the 10:39, and came back on at 10:41, so it looked like there's approximately 2 minutes that were not played in that.
I'm going to start up at 1:21 and 22 seconds.
Good.
They're still working on that camera system. I don't know what they got working on it. Is there anything that I didn't ask you? That you think is pertinent or you need to tell me that I didn't? You know, I always ask people that because I ask a lot of questions and sometimes I skip over some obvious things that might be obvious to you is not obvious to me. So is there anything that you think that I didn't ask you that you need to fill in a blank or anything that I know your mind's spinning, I understand that it's gonna be.
It is. No.
Okay. All right. Let me. I want to try to be able to help you put together your time frame a little bit better, or at least put times to it. I mean, your statement's well written and everything, but I think if we can add some times and when things may have happened, and the phone
Can
might.
they give us the phone just to use until?
The phone might help us do that.
Right.
They're working on that aspect of it. I don't know where they are, but we can. The camera system will probably help so that
For
we
sure.
can figure. Yeah, that'll give us details that we can backtrack on.
Right.
And so let me just do some more checking.
I just hope the cameras are on. I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm assuming they were if I had to turn the cameras off to come home.
Yeah, and that's something that it sounds like Mark typically would have done. Lock the door. You say it locks the door. And
We double lock the door.
double
all the
lock
time.
the door and turn the cameras on when you're not there. Things that.
Well, when
sometimes
he's in the cities, I have the cameras on all the time.
Sure.
Because it just makes me feel safe.
Absolutely, that's what they're there for.
Right. So when he's home, we just don't have them on that often. We turn them off. Unless if we go somewhere. So if we went somewhere, then more than likely we should have turned it on. I thought I saw hair go flying.
And when he's home, would he be the one that would probably turn that on or turn it off? Or
We both do.
We both do.
Yeah, it's a one little button, so it's so
It's
simple.
pretty simple camera.
Right off of our camera or our phone.
And so there's a camera when we're standing on the first driveway, and you're looking at the house. There's a camera that sits there. The man cave. Is there one that's there?
On the house, facing the truck.
Facing where the truck was. So right out like the door that I walked into your house with, there's a camera that's facing.
On the house, not on the little porch, but it's on the house.
On the side of the
so
house.
You can see the man cave and the garage.
Okay.
And then the last one we put by the hot tub so we could see if anybody ever tries to go into the barn.
And I didn't see the hot tub. The hot tub's on the back side of the man
by
cave.
The pool.
Okay, I didn't get down that far that there's a pool. So that's on the back side of where that is. Okay. And then
So when you look at, you can see, it shows you the 3 cameras. So if you look at the phone, it will show you all 3 cameras. You can go live,
So
you can go...
First driveway, back door facing the man shed, and then over the top of the hot tub pool area.
Looking at the barn. Oh my God, I couldn't even say the word barn.
So it would be kind of angled. Okay, I understand that. Okay. All right, I'm going to go check to see if they have any luck on that, and then I'll be right back. All right. Trying to think if there's anything. My mind starts, when I start asking questions, sometimes I just want to see, make sure there's nothing that I didn't ask you that is pertinent. I'll be right back. You good? You need anything? Okay. Mark's brother. He's here. I'm gonna go, I'll let Kimmy come in and hang out with you. Is that okay? And I'll just talk to him, explain what we know and don't know at this point. All right. I'll bring her in. Scott and Todd are here. Is that your other brother?
His other brother.
Okay, I'm going to talk to them. So, do you need anything? Okay. Be right back.
Okay. Go ahead.
Investigator Linefeller, before we move on from the video, can you please let us know? I guess my question is this the end of this video in terms of time, physical time?
No, it is not.
Can you indicate about how much time you think is left?
14 minutes, 20 seconds, it looks like by the timestamp.
We've paused the video. Is there anything from your memory of, at this point moving forward, that happens in the last bit of this video that you would like to share?
Nothing of significance.
And that was exhibit number.
76.
What number, Your Honor?
76.
I asked that exhibit 76 be removed from the screen. Oh, I had asked that it be removed from the screen.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I hate to ask this, but I could use a bathroom break.
Okay. You don't have to hate to ask the folks how some might need it. All right, why don't we take a 10 to 15 minute break as soon as everybody's ready.
Thank you.
Don't worry, it's in the transcript.
Weak bladder.
Okay. 10, 15 minutes. Go for it. Clear the way. just going to stay on for a second.
Thank you. Well, guys, you got it. Yes, right. I don't know if we're waiting. I don't know if we are.
Do you want me to wait for Attorney Skemp? Do you want me to wait for Attorney Skemp or?
No, Your Honor, there is one, I guess, brief issue before the jury gets here.
Okay. Hold a second. Okay. Tell me when you're ready. All right. Let's go on the record. Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, Attorney Skemp will be back here momentarily. I'll proceed with my questioning. The piece, we're identifying the piece of the video of the exhibit that was just shown that it went out. It's probably a 2 to 3 minute supplemental. I guess in terms of getting that, not only for completeness, but it does have what in the state's opinion is relevant information. It is a short clip. I know we are trying to keep things moving. That's why I wanted to ask ahead of time if there was a thought on how to do that effortlessly.
I don't know. Do you have a copy of it that doesn't have the glitch in it, or?
Every time, yes, Judge, I think we do, and Attorney Skemp is going to just make sure. This is the first time I've seen this glitch.
I mean, do you have a lot more questioning for Investigator Langfelder?
I have some brief questions, so I'll continue.
Why don't we continue with that questioning, and if we're able to do it, get it in. I mean, is it that material compared to the 2 hours of information that was there? Is it that?
From the state's perspective, Judge, it is, and again, it's for the completeness of the exhibit.
Well, the one thing is completeness. The other thing is it material? Is it necessary for the state's case in order to prove one of the elements?
I think it is. Or, Judge, I guess, in terms of an offer of proof.
Just, we have to speed this up, okay? We cannot go into the weekend, and Monday is very difficult for me, for this court. So it's not fair to the defense to be able to shorten their case. They have the right to present their case. But you have to figure out a way to make this go faster. They're short in questioning. Figure out a way to get, you should have done this earlier. Figure out a way to get to the point faster. Because, if anything, we have a jury that's being very attentive. But you start showing stuff with 20 minutes of blank tape, you can just get an agreement like you did in the second. It's okay. We don't need to show all of the tape, the entire video. So I just asked somehow the state figure out how to speed this up. He told me it was going to be done actually midday today, I thought, if originally. I can accept the end of today, but tomorrow the defense has at least enough witnesses for one day, if not a day and a half. So it's not fair to the defense to cut them off. And you were given time. If we needed more time, months ago it could have been requested for 2 weeks trial. That wasn't made. So again, we're back in this position where we're trying to figure out how to make this work. I'm wasting time just doing that. Should we bring the jury in? All right, we'll bring the jury in. All right, everybody may be seated. Continue on within the question. Go ahead.
So, Investigator Leinfelder, now that you have completed the interview, one question, I'm not asking you to comment on what we saw. Was Ms. Phillips more or less visibly emotional when you first interviewed her at her residence?
Compared to when she was in the interview room at the Homeland Police Department, she was less visibly upset.
at the Homeland Police Department.
There was some discussion about injuries. It looks like she showed you something in the beginning of the video. Did you yourself notice any injuries?
I observed no injuries or markings on Ms. Phillips at that time when she was attempting to show that in the video.
Is that the last time you spoke with Ms. Phillips?
For that interview?
Yes.
Yes.
So now that we've heard what we've heard, what is the next step in your investigation? What do you do?
Typically in these scenarios, these investigations, we come together and kind of discuss, brainstorm of what was collected at the scene, what was information we have. We kind of do a debrief on the totality of everything that has been gathered at that point. And then typically Captain Zimmerman would then assign other investigation interviews and things like that to do. So we kind of went into the interview mode in that sense. There was also eventually some search warrants that were written and search warrants that were executed on different items throughout the course of the investigation.
Were you aware of an autopsy being done?
Yes, I was.
Do you know what date that was?
I believe it was on Tuesday, would have been the 27th.
So following this incident?
Yes.
Our interview, I mean, and incident, but following this interview?
Yes, following, after. The autopsy was conducted after the interview was conducted.
So were you aware of you were not aware of the results of the autopsy when you conducted this interview, is that correct?
That's correct. At the time of the interview, we had no idea of what the cause or manner of death was.
You had mentioned, I guess, search warrants. Did you, for what exactly? Or I guess, what was the follow-up there? What was the lead?
Well, they had the Blink camera system, their home security camera system, that we ended up doing a search warrant on that to retrieve any information that might be on that. We did do a search warrant on phones. I'm trying to think I can't think of any other search warrants right off the top of my head.
Was there a search warrant for the truck?
Yes, there was a search warrant for the truck.
Did that include the interior of the truck?
It did.
I guess, did you personally execute that warrant?
Yes, myself and Captain Zimmerman were the two officers that were there when the crime lab came to do the forensic examination and evidence collection from the truck.
Did you ever find the diamond earring that was referenced?
No, did not.
Are you aware of anyone in your office department or anything like that finding said earring?
No.
Based on your understanding of, I guess, your office procedure, that kind of thing, is that the kind of thing that if it were found, it would have been reported to somebody?
Typically, you do a search warrant. Items that are seized are documented. So obviously, if there's nothing seized, then there would be no documentation for it. When you do execute a search warrant, whether it be for, say, drugs, you would seize drugs at the scene. We'd then do basically attach everything that was seized during that search warrant to the search warrant, and that would be filed. So if something is not seized, it's not going to be included on a evidence return.
Did you do follow-up interview with witnesses?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on the information, I guess, that you learned from the interview?
Yes, based on information from the interview, based on talking with other people, receiving other information regarding the case, we then do follow-up interviews.
Did you speak with Adam Stevens?
I did, yes.
Did you speak with Hannah Klinsky?
Yes, I did.
About how, I guess, when did you do that?
I believe that would have been Monday, the 26th, at one of the residences in Winona. That would have been after the interview of Ms. Phillips prior to the autopsy.
I am not asking about her statements, but did Ms. Klinsky, throughout the course of your interview, show you anything or give you anything?
Yes, she shared with me some of the text messages that she had on her phone between Ms. Phillips and herself from that evening, the evening in question, the 22nd to the 23rd.
Did you do anything to, I guess, memorialize or capture those messages that you just referenced?
Yes, I was able to take photographs with my phone of the screenshots that this Ms. Klinsky was showing me. So I had those that were then placed in evidence also.
And can I see that?
I'm showing you, Investigator Leinfelder, what has now been marked as Exhibit 77. Are you able to identify those?
Yes, these are the photos that I took of the screenshots off of Hannah Klinsky's phone.
Those are the pictures that you took.
That's correct.
Is there a number in the top left corner?
Yes. On this phone, it's the top of the screen is titled Lori, and then a phone number of 608-799-0822.
Do you know if that's Lori's number or not?
I was aware that that was Lori's number. Also on the text message screenshot, there is a photo image next to the message, which I did know to be a photo of Lori Phillips.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 78. You identify that?
This is a picture of the screenshot that I took with my phone of Hannah Klinsky's phone. It's the top portion of Ms. Klinsky's phone. Again, it says, has the title of Lori, the phone number, and then the photo with text messages next to it.
Is that a zoomed in picture of the exhibit that I had previously shown you, or part of that exhibit?
It is a zoomed in image of one of the priors.
Is there a timestamp that shows when it was received? It being the text.
The text on this would be 10:07 p.m.
Can you read the message?
The message is, the message that came from Ms. Phillips to Hannah Klinsky's phone reads, "Shit just got real," followed by, "I'm deleting this message, don't reply back." Then that's a timestamp of 10:07 p.m.
I asked that both exhibits be received into the record. Although actually, Your Honor, I asked that the secondary exhibit, the one we just talked about, I believe is 78, be received into the record.
I move 77 as well, Your Honor.
Yeah, both be received.
Investigator Leinfelder, you had watched the interview, you followed along with us, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There was a period where I guess it looks like the screen goes black. Did you see that, or?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember the times you had talked about?
Yes, I noted that it went blank. The timestamp on the video screen was approximately 10:39. I'm not sure of the exact seconds on it. When the image returned, it had a timestamp of 10:41. Again, not exactly sure what the seconds were attached to that also.
Are you able, do you have enough memory after your review of that video to tell us what we missed in that period that you just identified?
Objection violates the best evidence rule.
All right, well, bring it back up if you need to.
Then, Your Honor,
I mean, if you, go ahead, talk to him.
and Your Honor, before I re-ask the question, just to put on the record, I will ask Investigator Leinfelder to be a little bit methodical, just so that if there's something that was not what we just discussed off the record, that Attorney Zacher has an opportunity to object.
Okay, go ahead.
So Investigator Leinfelder, the period that you just identified in the interview, that time period, what, to the best of your memory, did Ms. Phillips tell you?
Ms. Phillips was talking at that point about exiting the driveway and turning onto County W. And I'm not sure if it was in that portion, but she said that the passenger door was open when she got down to the end of the driveway to the highway, and when she made the turn, that door, the passenger door, closed with the turning, making the right turn. She stated that she had driven a few blocks, 2 blocks down the road, where she stopped to see if Mark was following her. She then went further down the roadway, turned, and there was a vehicle behind her, which she thought may be a police officer, which caused her to panic. In her words, she might get in trouble. She then made the turn into a subdivision to the left, and I believe that vehicle followed her into the subdivision where she stopped. She then observed it was a white SUV that pulled into a adjacent driveway and I believe into their garage at that time.
Those are all the questions I have.
All right, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Keep working on it. I've got a few. All right, so Investigator Leinfelder, you have been a professional investigator now for more than 20 years, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've been in law enforcement for more than 30 years, is that correct?
That is also correct.
And in that capacity, I imagine you've conducted hundreds, if not thousands, of investigations.
I would say that would be fair.
So you're very well familiar with the process of conducting a good investigation, is that fair?
Yes.
And a basic part of conducting an investigation is gathering all of the relevant facts, right?
That would be part of it, yes.
Because it's the facts and the collection of the relevant facts that allow you to solve or close a case, right?
Yes.
It's the facts that are relied upon by judges and juries when a case is brought to trial, correct?
Yes.
And it's the facts that can truly determine whether or not somebody is culpable of a crime, correct?
That would be accurate.
More importantly, the facts can also help to exonerate people who are not culpable of crimes. Is that correct?
Also accurate.
In your line of work, would you agree that it's important to avoid making assumptions?
Yes,
Because things aren't always what they seem to be, right?
absolutely.
And if you make an assumption, sometimes you might miss out on important evidence.
Yes,
And making assumptions can cause, in certain cases, targeting of somebody who's not culpable of a crime, right?
I would agree with that.
And can cause truly guilty parties to not be targeted, correct?
You could say that also.
All right. Would you agree that in criminal investigations that all investigations should be thorough?
Yes,
That the facts that you rely upon and gather should be accurate?
yes,
And to the extent that there are unanswered questions, your investigation should be complete?
yes,
And you agree, Investigator Leinfelder, that no investigator can tell us, well, let me add, that you cannot tell us exactly what happened simply by looking at the scene at the Phillips home, correct?
I think you can't tell that by looking at any scene. That's accurate.
So let's talk about your arrival at the home. You arrived at about 7 a.m. or so?
Yes,
So that's about half an hour after the 911 call.
I believe so.
And during that time frame, Ms. Phillips appeared to be very upset. Is that correct?
Are you asking me what I know now?
At 7 a.m.
At 7 a.m., she appeared to be upset when I arrived.
Okay. And you noted that in your police report, actually, that she was, quote, very upset. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Consistent with somebody who had just found her husband dead?
yes,
And she gave you some information initially about her husband, Mark, right?
yes. She gave me information about Mark.
Told you that he was diabetic, right?
Yes,
Told you the name and contact information for his son.
yes,
Told you that his parents were summering in Arizona at the time.
yes,
And the two of you actually had a conversation inside of Ms. Phillips' home at some point. Is that correct?
yes. That's also correct.
You were sitting at her kitchen table?
It was in the kitchen area. If I was sitting at the kitchen table, I don't recall, but it was in the house.
And I should ask you, in the video, Investigator Leinfelder, there's a reference to about how well Ms. Phillips and the two of you knew each other. Did you know Ms. Phillips socially at all before this point?
No, I didn't.
Did you know of her?
Not really.
Had you ever spoken with Ms. Phillips before?
Not that I ever recall.
And at this conversation at the kitchen table, about how far away were you from one another?
I think within social talking distance, I would say.
Standard length of a regular kitchen table?
Yes,
And you had an opportunity to view Ms. Phillips at that point, right?
yes,
And if you believed that Ms. Phillips was showing signs of intoxication, certainly you would have noted that in your investigation, right?
I believe I would, if it was something that was really standing out, then I believe I would have noted that, yes.
And in this case, you agree that you didn't ask Ms. Phillips to perform field sobriety tests, for instance?
Yeah, no, I did not. That's correct.
You didn't ask Ms. Phillips to consent to a legal blood draw for the presence of drugs or alcohol, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during this conversation, how long would you say that you were at the house for? So you said that you left for the Homeland Police Department at about 9:30. Is that correct?
I believe we arrived at the Homeland Police Department about 9:30, and it's not that long of a distance drive. There were some things I was doing at the scene. I couldn't really quantify a time frame of the length of my conversation with Ms. Phillips at the residence. 20 minutes, a half hour, I think would be fair to say.
Well, it seemed like Ms. Phillips had already given you a lot of the information that you discussed when the two of you met at the Homeland Police Department. Did some of that come up during your earlier conversation at the house?
Yes, that's when she would have been relaying that. You noticed in the interview that I made reference to some of the things, like she wasn't sure of the hotel, and I had in my notes, and I reminded her of that. So those conversations some of those conversations took place at the residence also.
Investigator Leinfelder, did you record that earlier conversation in any capacity?
No, I did not.
Now, once you got to the Holman PD, where you had a chance to look at Ms. Phillips, and obviously you saw the video and what she was wearing, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be wearing, I guess, this shows my fashion sense, a black dress with like a strap across her neck, right?
She appeared, to me, she appeared she had a vest on with maybe a scarf. Is that what you're referring to?
It appeared to be the same clothing that Ms. Phillips was viewed wearing earlier in the evening when you reviewed video surveillance footage of she and Mr. Phillips on February 22nd.
Yeah, after I would have reviewed video from the different locations that they were at sometime after the interview, the clothing appeared to be consistent with what she was wearing the night of the incident when they were out and about, and the next day when we arrived on scene. She was wearing it, very consistent, if not identical to.
Okay. Appeared to be the same clothing, right?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So at the very beginning of this interview, you told Ms. Phillips that you didn't expect her to remember everything. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's what I tell most people.
And you said that recognizing that she'd just been through a very recent trauma, right?
She found her husband dead in the driveway, so yes.
And you wouldn't expect a suspect, or a subject rather, in that circumstance to give you every single minute detail in the first conversation. Is that fair to say?
Could you
Sure.
say that again, please? I'm sorry.
You're asking for a story at that point in generalities, right? What happened? Give us the big picture of what went on between February 22nd and February 23rd.
Yes, basically we asked that. What's of importance?
And during this conversation, you acknowledged again that Ms. Phillips' mind must be spinning, right?
I did say that also, yes.
And it's not uncommon, an investigator, for people to leave out or neglect to bring up important facts during an initial conversation like this.
Is it uncommon for people to do that?
It's not uncommon.
It's not uncommon for people to leave out details.
Correct.
Is what you're asking me. Yes, for many different reasons.
Now, during this interview, Ms. Phillips did become emotional at times?
Yes. You're referring to the house?
I'm referring to the Holman Police Department.
Yes.
And there were points in time when she was crying?
Never mind, withdrawn.
I don't know if I can say after watching the video that I observed her crying. She was kind of maybe sobbing and saying things under her breath.
Okay, well, let's get on the same page as to how we define crying. Are you defining crying as the secretion of tears?
I would say that more along those lines of tears coming down, nose running.
All right. And certainly some of what we discussed about her sobbing and saying things like "oh Mark" or "oh baby" under her breath, you observed that, right?
Now object to speculation. The video is what we saw.
You observed the video, so you can testify to what you observed.
So are you asking me what I observed the day of interviewing her?
Yes.
I believe that most of those statements that she made, like "oh Mark," "oh baby," were when I was not in the interview room. So I would not have been made aware of those till after I watched the interview itself.
And we'll get to that in a moment. During the interview at the Holman Police Department, Lori described at a number of different occasions that Mark had become aggressive with her on February 22nd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that Mark had battered her to the point that an earring had been ripped out of her ear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you personally inventory the Dodge Ram investigator? Was that Captain Zimmerman or was that somebody else?
I don't remember exactly who would have done the inventory. Like I explained, the inventories are things that are taken from a search warrant that would be an inventory.
Okay.
So if you're referring to the earring, if there's not an earring that was found obviously it would not be
Sure. Well,
put in the record.
I'm asking who actually searched the vehicle and looked for the earring, if not all the other property within it.
I believe Captain Zimmerman and myself did the interior of the vehicle after the crime lab would have been completed with their search of the exterior of the vehicle.
And approximately how long did you spend searching the interior of the vehicle?
I can tell you the search warrant was opened at 9:27 a.m. and the search warrant was closed at 2 p.m. Typically on every search warrant you have an entry time that we enter on the search warrant, and then we have a closing of the search warrant, meaning we're done searching, and that is documented on the backside of the search warrant. So from 9:30 to 2, again, that was to include what the crime lab was doing, and then what we would be completing the search warrant, which would have included looking through the cab.
That would also include transferring the truck from the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department garage to D's Auto Care?
Yes, we would open the search warrant upon me entering into the vehicle to move the vehicle across the alleyway.
Now, you agree, investigator, that you did not search areas outside of where the truck would have been parked on the evening of February 22nd. Is that fair to say?
But I did not?
Correct.
Yes, I did. That was not my responsibility.
And you're not aware of anybody looking on the area of the driveway around where the vehicle would have been parked either upon its departure or return to the Phillips home on February 22nd. Is that correct?
Am I aware of anybody else searching that area where the truck was parked that night?
I'm asking, did anybody actually go out and look on that driveway for an earring?
They picked up items that were on the driveway that night. So they would have been searching for, I think it was a can koozie that was seen, that was in the driveway. So again, I wasn't responsible there. I wasn't one there. I would assume that they would be searching things. I don't believe anything was relayed at the time.
Well, there's snow on the driveway, right?
There was snow in the driveway.
And did anybody go out to the area around the dive bar where Ms. Phillips described the truck being parked around the time that she was physically assaulted the first time by Mr. Phillips?
I don't believe anybody was in that parking lot.
Okay. We can agree that the earring not being inventoried in this particular search doesn't mean that it wasn't removed during that assault within the cab of the truck, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We can agree upon that it wasn't found is what I'm saying.
All right. Now, during this interview at the Holman Police Department, Ms. Phillips described to you being placed into a chokehold. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you agree that you didn't ask her what she meant by that, by a chokehold?
I didn't ask her to clarify what she meant by that. That's correct.
Okay. Didn't ask her the standard questions you might ask on an allegation of strangulation, right?
What are you referring to?
Was your breathing impeded?
Did I ask her that question? No, I did not.
That's something that investigators typically do when they're investigating an allegation of strangulation, correct?
You could say that, yes.
And Ms. Phillips, you testified on your direct examination that you didn't see any injuries or markings on Ms. Phillips. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right. Give me an exhibit mark, please. A couple of them, actually.
Oh, is this Ewing's defense exhibits?
Investigator, you wrote a police report following your initial investigation in this matter.
Yes.
And the purpose of a police report is to include all of the relevant details that you're able to recall about an encounter, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that police reports should also be thorough, accurate, and complete, like the remainder of your investigation?
Typically, we try to make sure that our reports are all of those things.
And you're writing these reports when the events are relatively fresh in your mind, right?
Yes.
And these reports are actually submitted for your review before they're finalized, is that correct?
Yes.
And you carefully review all of your reports before finalizing them?
I try to, yes.
And then your reports are reviewed typically by a superior officer, so to speak, or a supervising officer?
Yeah, supervising captain in this case would be Captain Zimmerman.
And if there's a problem with your report, they can have you issue an amendment or an addendum of some sort, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 515. Let me know what this is, investigator.
This is the initial report that I prepared of my interview of Lori Phillips.
Does that appear to be a complete and authentic copy of your initial report of your interview with Ms. Phillips?
I would say yes.
All right, and I've highlighted a section on, I believe, page 2 of that report. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
In your report, Investigator Leinfelder, did you reference asking Ms. Phillips about a bruise on her chest?
Yes.
And was your memory back at the time that you authored that report better or worse than today?
I think in context, there's a different context that you're taking this out of, but my memory would be better regarding this report at the time I was doing it.
Okay. Well, you do note asking Ms. Phillips about a bruise in your police report, correct?
Yes, Ms. Phillips asked me, or told me that there was a bruise, and I was asking her about the bruise.
Okay. Do you recall testifying at the preliminary hearing in this matter?
Yes.
And your testimony at that hearing was under oath as well, correct?
Yes.
Same oath that you've taken before testifying in this matter?
Absolutely.
And you take your oath to tell the truth seriously, correct?
Yes, to best of our knowledge.
You were telling the truth at the preliminary hearing when you testified, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to approach with Exhibit 516. It's a copy of the certified transcript of the preliminary hearing, page 43. Mr. Burdick, would you want to come up?
No, I'm grabbing my binder, sorry.
All right. And Investigator Leinfelder, I'm just going to stand up here and follow along with you on the preliminary hearing transcript. I'm starting at line 15 to line 18. Let me know when you've read the highlighted sections.
I have.
All right. And it appears that back at the preliminary hearing, I asked you a question, quote, when you spoke with Ms. Phillips, you were able to observe a bruise on her upper right, I guess, chest area, end quote. Do you recall me asking you that question?
I don't recall you asking that question.
Does that appear to be what the certified transcript says?
Yes.
And your response was, quote, I did observe that, comma, yes, end quote.
Yes.
Was that your response?
That was my response, according to the record.
All right. For purposes of impeaching, I would offer Exhibit 516 and 515 for purposes used.
No objection. You received?
All right. So Lori described an incident that happened very quickly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In fact, she said at one point that the incident happened, quote, so fast. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that she believed that her husband was coming around the truck to come and get her, correct?
Yes.
In the context of coming to attack her, correct?
I guess I can't answer the context, I guess.
Well, certainly she was describing him being very angry at that point, right?
Yes.
And running around the car, right?
Yes.
And described her husband initially coming out to the truck, running out with his fist up, right?
Yes, she described that.
And a lot of what Ms. Phillips told you during this interview, you and other investigators have been able to corroborate as accurate. Is that fair to say? What
are you referring to as a lot of the other information?
Well, Ms. Phillips told you that the passenger side door of the vehicle was open when she took off out of the driveway, correct?
She told us that, yes?
And she told you that she had activated her surveillance cameras to look in for her husband after she escaped the home. Is that correct?
Yes, she turned them on.
And you were able to corroborate that from the Amazon records?
That we were able to, yes.
She told you about a third surveillance camera by the hot tub in the pool area where she was looking for her husband. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
You were able to corroborate that that camera in the hot tub and pool existed?
Yes.
She told you that she turned the cameras back off before she came back home because she didn't want to alert her husband. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
And you were able to corroborate that from the records as well?
Yes.
She told you about texting her friend, and I am totally blanking right now, Hannah Klinsky, prior to leaving the dive bar for the final time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Something to the effect of shit just got real?
Yes.
You were able to corroborate that from the records?
That's correct.
You were able to corroborate Ms. Phillips' approximate movements at Sloopy's alma mater as she described to you?
That's correct.
You were able to corroborate Ms. Phillips' presence at the dive bar during the time frames that she described?
Also correct.
You were able to corroborate Ms. Phillips' presence at the Baymont Inn as she described?
That's correct.
And you were able to corroborate Ms. Phillips' presence at Woodman's in Onalaska as she described?
Yes.
And in fact, when the subject of her telephone came up, Ms. Phillips willingly gave that phone to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Gave you the passcode?
Yes.
Gave you verbal and written consent to search the data within?
Yes.
Gave you the login information to her Blink camera system?
Yes.
Which included both the email and the password?
Yes.
Showed you how to review that video?
Yes.
And didn't make you get a warrant for any of this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to corroborate from your review of the camera system that it was Mark Phillips who initially disarmed the system on February 21st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about the exhibits or the content of Exhibit 77. Could I get that back, please? All right. Your Honor, I'd move to publish. 77. No objection.
Can be published, go ahead.
All right, so Investigator Leinfelder, these are photographs that you took of Ms. Klinsky's cellular telephone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the lady on the left in pink, that would be Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
And the H in the circle on the right would be Ms. Klinsky?
Yes.
All right, so we're starting with the messages at 10:07 p.m. And this is what Mr. Burdick just described with you on the abbreviated message. Shit just got real. I'm deleting this message. Don't reply back. Is that correct?
Yes.
After Ms. Klinsky requests or asks, how are things going? Where did you guys end up going? Ms. Phillips responds to her at 10:51 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that response reads, quote, he just freaked again. He was at the passenger side of the truck and tried to come at me around the truck, but I took off. I don't even know what to do. He has lost it tonight. He promised he would never touch me. He lied, end quote. Is that consistent with what you photographed?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Klinsky appears to show some concern for Ms. Phillips throughout this, indicating that things were not okay. Is that correct?
I guess I'll object speculation. Referring to what Ms. Klinsky thinks.
Okay, let me rephrase. Ms. Klinsky tells Ms. Phillips, quote, Lori, this isn't even okay in the slightest. Did he hit you? Are you okay? Is that correct?
It is.
And Ms. Phillips indicates that he's out of control. I am done. He can go to Bismarck on his own. He has issues, big time. Is that correct?
It is.
And he in this conversation, Investigator Leinfelder, presumably were referring to Mark Phillips?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Phillips, in this conversation at least that you captured, appears to be talking about Mr. Phillips like he's alive, well, and going to Bismarck that weekend. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Ms. Phillips' response seems to indicate her belief that Mr. Phillips was alive, well, and moving to Bismarck.
Objection out of the scope calls for a conclusion. It's not his speculation.
You can read if you need to read it out loud to point out the obvious, go ahead.
Okay. Well, we've pointed it out. The going on to page 2 of Exhibit 77. Ms. Phillips appears to be describing other actions to Ms. Klinsky that she later described to you on February 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Particularly punching the window on the truck.
You're referring to the...
Yeah, the correction with the asterisks.
Yes.
And as well as grabbing her face and pushing it down between the seats.
Yes.
Bless you.
Bless.
Losing her earring.
Yes.
And then later, and Ms. Klinsky actually indicates that she could have her father come out and pick up Lori, right?
Yes.
Now, Lori indicated on these text messages that she was approximately 2 miles down the road in a subdivision. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what you texted.
And after the two of them apparently have another exchange about whether or not Lori should move to Bismarck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Phillips, during these text messages, describes her attempt to book a hotel room and inadvertently booking a hotel room on the wrong evening. I can show you. This is page 4 of the same exhibit.
Yes, that's accurate.
And eventually, Ms. Klinsky extends an invitation to Ms. Phillips to stay with her in Winona that evening. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. Phillips' response was that her, quote, me coming to Winona would only make things worse. Mark thinks that I'm coming to sleep with other guys. He's fucking crazy. Seriously, I just want to sleep. I promise I am fine, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
And that was at 12:16 a.m.?
Yes, sorry.
All right. Now, you reviewed the data that Investigator Haug completed from the Cellbrite download at some point after February 23rd. Is that correct?
It wasn't my task to be in charge of the cell phone data from that. I was made aware of things that were in the cell phone data, but again, it wasn't my responsibility in the investigation.
Okay. Well, you were aware of the fact that Ms. Phillips was searching for hotels, as she indicated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Including a specific search for the Baymont Inn?
Yes.
And Lori's folder with the internet searches. And the internet searches for me. One of the terms that she searched for was physical abuse. Is that correct?
Yes.
Followed by it was misspelled, but it was physical abuse, quite, Quite.
I believe that, yeah, I believe that's accurate.
And eventually, Ms. Phillips sent a text message to her husband, Mark, with something that appeared to be copied and pasted pursuant to this search. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the exhibit, Mark, please. All right, Investigator Leinfelder, I'm approaching what's been marked as Exhibit 517. Direct your attention to the two conversations in the middle.
Here?
That one and the one below it.
These two.
Are you familiar with those conversations?
Yes, I have seen them.
And those appear to be copies of the or text messages that Ms. Phillips sent to Mark Phillips?
Yes.
All right. Can I get the exhibit back, please?
Sure.
Offer Exhibit 517.
No objection. Received.
Move to publish.
Any
Also
objection?
no objection.
You're allowed?
All right. So, first question, investigator. UTC stands for Universal Time Coordinated.
Yes, that's correct.
And another name for that might be Greenwich Mean Time.
I believe so.
And in order to convert UTC time to Central Standard Time, we subtract 6 hours, correct?
I believe that's the correct time or the number of hours.
So on the top message there, subtracting 6 hours from 4:57 a.m. and 52 seconds would put us at 10:57 p.m. and 52 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to read this out loud, and let me know if I'm reading this correctly. Quote, "I wish you the best, but the best will never be with me. You lost everything tonight because you let your mind get the best of you. I cannot even believe you put your hands on me. Good luck in Bismarck." End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
That appears to be sent from Ms. Phillips's telephone with the last four numbers of 0822.
Yes.
And it appears to be received by Mr. Phillips's telephone labeled on this document as Boss Man.
Yes.
That's followed up by what I was getting to earlier, a second text message following Ms. Phillips's Google search for physical abuse and physical abuse quit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to read this one out loud as well, Investigator Leinfelder. Let me know if I'm reading this correctly. Quote, "An abuser can seem emotionally needy. You can get caught in a trap of catering to him, trying to fill a bottomless pit. But he's not so much needy as entitled, so no matter how much you give him, it will never be enough. He will just keep coming up with more demands because he believes his needs are your responsibility until you feel drained down to nothing." End quote.
You read that correctly.
And I'm going to scoot this up on the Elmo here. It looks like the UTC time is 6:10 and 13 seconds. Subtracting 6 hours would put this at midnight, 13 minutes, or 10 minutes and 13 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that appeared to have been sent from Ms. Phillips' phone to Mr. Phillips' phone at that time?
Yes.
As an investigator, is it fair to assume that viewing these messages, you had some concerns about whether or not Ms. Phillips was a victim of physical abuse? Well, let me ask you this. Certainly the circumstances leading up to Ms. Phillips's departure were relevant to your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that Ms. Phillips appeared to be repeatedly expressing that Mr. Phillips had been physically abusive to her is certainly very relevant.
Yes, that's what Ms. Phillips told me in the interview.
And, investigator, am I correct in assuming that you did not take these text messages back to Ms. Phillips and ask her to elaborate on the degree and extent of domestic violence that happened on the 22nd?
Did these text messages go back to Ms. Phillips?
Did you take these text messages back to Ms. Phillips and
No, I
ask
didn't.
her about them?
No, I did not.
Now, of the Cellbrite documents contained on, or that you were able to review, can we agree that there's nothing of the sort in Ms. Phillips's Google searches for how to cover up a hit and run, for instance?
Yes, there was no searches regarding that.
No searches like Wisconsin recklessness law or I just hit my husband, what do I do?
None of those searches were done on the phone.
All right. The only searches appeared to be for a hotel and for physical abuse, correct?
In that time frame, yes.
Yes. Yeah, and she's searching for dogs and apartments and other stuff elsewhere. So, your department has a policy on domestic violence, is that correct?
Yes.
It's policy number 310, is that correct?
Yes.
Take my word for
I'll
it.
take your word for it.
All right. And that's a policy that you're very well familiar with, right?
Yes.
Because as an investigator, one of your roles is investigating serious acts of domestic violence against others.
Typically, that policy is written more so for a patrol officer and what a patrol officer is going to do when he gets a call of service to a domestic situation. As investigators, part of that policy, I believe, is in there is also how we handle that as investigators, but it's kind of, portions of it don't deal with the investigative portion of it, more so mandatory arrests and things like that we have by law that we're required to do in domestic situations.
Well, one part of that policy requires officers to photograph all injuries allegedly sustained in a domestic incident, however slight. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for that, yes.
Is that good policy, investigator?
I believe it would be good policy, yes.
You agree that after observing the bruise on Ms. Phillips' chest from the domestic incident on February 22nd, you did not photograph it?
I did take no photographs of Ms. Phillips.
And you have the option of calling in a female deputy if photographs do need to be taken of a female victim, right?
That would be one possibility if need to be.
You also have the option of taking a female victim to a hospital for a medical examination. Is that correct?
It's also accurate.
You agree that you didn't ask Ms. Phillips about the extent of her other injuries that she sustained on February 22nd of 2019?
I believe that Ms. Phillips gave me an accurate, or what she gave me was the injuries that she had apparently occurred that night.
You didn't ask if she wanted to be seen by a forensic nurse or a physician to document the extent of the injuries that she suffered?
No, I did not.
At any point, did you or another investigator follow up with Ms. Phillips to see if she had any bruising or other injuries emerging in the dates after February 22nd?
I don't believe that any other investigator would have followed up on that.
All right. And investigator, you agree that survivors of domestic abuse sometimes minimize that abuse?
I would agree that that is an accurate statement.
And that sometimes a person who's being physically abused is inclined to protect their abuser?
Also accurate.
And not everyone responds the same way to trauma, right?
Everyone responds differently to trauma.
And in a case like this, Ms. Phillips, or let me just ask you this, Ms. Phillips said out loud that Mr. Phillips had never punched her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Am I also correct in assuming that you didn't follow up with Ms. Phillips and ask what else did he do other than punching you?
Did I ask Ms. Phillips, when she said that he didn't punch her, did I follow up with did he do anything else?
Yeah, did you follow up to see whether or not her definition of domestic abuse was, punching in the traditional sense?
No, I guess I'm kind of
Sure. Let me back up. Different people can define domestic abuse different ways, right?
Sure. Yes, accurate.
And Ms. Phillips gave you the example of punching is something that didn't happen, right?
Correct.
But she did give you the example of choking or strangling as something that did happen.
That night, yes.
And certainly strangulation or choking qualifies as domestic abuse, right?
Yes.
She also indicated that things had become, quote, physical in the past. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you agree that you didn't follow up with Ms. Phillips to determine what she meant when she said that things had become physical in the past?
I believe Ms. Phillips told me that he never punched her before or hit her before.
Okay, but I'm asking, when she said things had become physical, you're agreeing that you didn't say, well, what do you mean by physical?
Yes, I guess I didn't ask that question.
And you didn't ask her how frequently the physical acts of abuse occurred?
I think she stated that there has been other physical. I didn't ask her specifically how often it occurred. Was that your question?
Correct.
Yes, I didn't ask her how often that type of incident would have occurred with them.
All right. So I want to follow up a little bit on what was testified to earlier as to, who's kind of in charge. And your testimony is that there's really not an officer in charge, so to speak, that you all work as a team?
Yes, that's how, at the time of this incident, that's how it would go. There wasn't necessarily a lead investigator that would be classified as the lead investigator. Some people do more, I guess interviews we'll call them, or have more responsibilities within it. But we typically would answer to the head of our department, which would be the captain, who would then be giving direction in one way or another. I believe that I would have done probably more interviews and things involving this case than other investigators, but I guess if you're asking to the definition of the lead investigator, I don't think that at that time that's not how things were conducted with the sheriff's office.
If somebody was ultimately responsible for what happens in an investigation, in this case, would that have been Captain Zimmerman?
I don't know if I'd say if there was ultimate responsibility in that sense, but I think that again, we're working together as a team. Decisions are made. Sometimes there's decisions made outside the presence of the captain that would then be debriefed back to the captain of what would have been when found, or say I'm doing an interview, and in that interview that person would give me another name to follow up on, and I would go follow up on that and then report back to Captain Zimmerman. So it wouldn't be so. I guess you're trying to point blame on.
Did you have regular meetings to coordinate what each of you were doing in the course of this investigation?
I would say we had daily conversations regarding this, which we did with most of the cases at that time frame.
And you were aware at the time that the 2019 Dodge Ram was basically a brand new truck, right?
Yes.
Had been purchased in December of 2018?
I guess I'm not aware of when it was purchased, but it was 2019, and it was earlier 2019. So.
And this is far from your first case involving a motor vehicle as part of your investigation, right?
Yeah, I would say it's not my first case involving a motor vehicle.
And you're aware that newer model vehicles like the 2019 Dodge Ram commonly have devices to record pertinent vehicle data prior or during operation?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're actually able to download that data from vehicles to give you clues as to how a vehicle is operated. Is that correct?
Could be more specific than that.
Meaning that, were you aware that Captain Zimmerman was in touch with Wisconsin State Trooper Marquardt of the Accident Reconstruction Unit?
Yes.
And that he and Trooper Marquardt had discussed downloading all of the electronic vehicle data from the 2019 Dodge Ram?
Yes, I was aware of that conversation.
And you knew that the State Patrol, the Accident Reconstruction Specialists anyways, have the devices that they can download this vehicle data to use in an investigation?
Yes.
And all you need is either a consent or a search warrant to obtain that data. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in this case, you're aware that Captain Zimmerman was looking at this data as potentially helpful for a number of different reasons, right?
Yes.
For instance, it would show whether or not the vehicle was malfunctioning at the time of the operation. It would show the DTC codes.
Yeah, as I'm not all familiar with what the download dump of a vehicle would be, I'm aware of certain things that have to activate alerts or that type of behavior in a vehicle, such as an airbag deployment, sudden heavy braking, possibly along those lines.
Okay. So notification of some sort of a collision is some of the data that you would look for in this type of download.
A significant collision, yes.
And Captain Zimmerman was looking at obtaining information from the door pressure sensors of the 2019 Dodge Ram as well. Is that correct?
The specifics of what Captain Zimmerman was looking for, I guess you'd have to rely on Captain Zimmerman more than myself. I know we just had those discussions, but the specifics you're talking about now,
Speed data from the vehicle when it was operated?
It would be part of that.
Certainly very relevant to determining what happened, right?
It could be, yes.
Acceleration input?
If the sensors are able to read that, yes.
Steering input?
If the sensors are able to read that, yes.
Hazard identification systems?
If the sensors were alerted to that, that would probably be a record.
And were you aware that Captain Zimmerman was explicitly advised by Trooper Marquardt that the Ram was equipped with a forward collision warning status lamp?
I don't know exactly what Officer Marquardt specifically said to Captain Zimmerman at this point.
Okay. Well, investigator, you actually obtained a search warrant from Judge Horn, I believe, to search this vehicle on March 19th of 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Part of that search warrant was a request to download the data from this truck. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And certainly you or Captain Zimmerman knew how to get in touch with Trooper Marquardt or another member of the Accident Reconstruction Unit to download this data, correct?
Did we know how to get in touch with Officer Marquardt, Trooper Marquardt?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
You agree that at no point was the vehicle data from that Dodge Ram downloaded?
Yes.
The Dodge Ram was also equipped with a specialty telematics system, is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure what that is.
So you're aware that Captain Zimmerman was speaking with members of the Dane County or the City of Madison Police Department to do a download on this specialty telematics system?
I don't recall that. You'd have to ask Captain Zimmerman that.
Do you know what a telematics system is?
I don't.
Okay. You're familiar with like the flat screen integrated navigation music systems that people have in?
Yes.
Not my car, but nice cars?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And those can track routes like a vehicle's navigation, right?
Yes, they can.
It can show communications data if it's linked to a Bluetooth cell phone, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that could also be relevant to determining what happened here. Is that correct?
Objection calls for legal.
Sustain.
You had a warrant your warrant authorized you to download the telematics data as well. Is that correct?
I believe that was part of it.
And you agree that the telematics data was never downloaded from this truck?
As I answered before, it's correct.
And that truck to this day is still in the possession of the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Investigator Leinfelder, is this something that just slipped through the cracks when Captain Zimmerman retired?
No, I believe that Trooper Marquardt gave a response to Captain Zimmerman, as I recall, stating that it has to be some type of a significant event for the computer system to register anything, such as a collision or anything else that would be attached to the computer program system when you're downloading. So,
okay, and if you heard that from Captain Zimmerman, or you had that in a document somewhere?
I believe Captain Zimmerman responded about Trooper Marquardt's comments regarding things that can be made aware or made relevant to our investigation if we were to do a computer download.
And were you privy to any of the communications between Captain Zimmerman and Trooper Marquardt about this issue?
Again, I'm not privy with exact emails. You know, there was discussions that had been had, and to my recollection, that's what I was remembering that was stated by Trooper Marquardt.
And if Trooper Marquardt had indicated to Captain Zimmerman that he recommended a vehicle download and would be happy to do it, is that consistent with your recollection of the process of investigating this vehicle data?
I'm not aware of that.
The worst that could have come of getting that evidence from the search warrant of the vehicle download was that you'd get nothing relevant, right? There's no downside to obtaining more information, in other words.
Correct.
All right. As part of your investigation, were you involved in preserving video surveillance clips from the Phillips's home from the video surveillance system?
I was not tasked with that responsibility.
Did you view any of those videos yourself?
A few of them, yes. There was a video clip that I do recall viewing of Ms. Phillips coming out of the residence that morning.
Okay. And I'm going to refer back to my flash drive. I believe it was Exhibit 64, maybe. Or five. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Just give me a second. All right, if I could get my computer screen up, please. This is labeled as under the video subfolder of Exhibit 507 as Video 1. I'm going to play. Okay, it appears we're all experiencing problems today. Let me try this one more time. That appeared to be one of the videos that you observed in the course of this investigation, Investigator Leinfelder?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I was referring to.
And this looks like Ms. Phillips walking out of the home, or I guess it would be the back entrance of the home, correct?
Yes.
And she appears to be walking in the general direction of where the exterior garage is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Offer this subfile of Exhibit 507, Your Honor.
Can be received.
All right. I've got, this is titled Video 2 in the same subfile. I'm going to play that for you, Investigator. You recall viewing that short video clip in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And it appears to be Ms. Phillips disappearing off screen briefly towards the direction of the driveway?
Correct.
And you appear to be hearing Ms. Phillips screaming, it sounds like, oh my God, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe it was tough to hear on that, but I've listened to it before.
I offer Video 2, Your Honor.
Be received.
All right, I've got what's been labeled as Video 3 in the same subfolder. I'm going to play that. For the record, it looked like my video lagged a little bit. I'm going to play it one more time. Have you seen Video 3 in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And that appears to be Ms. Phillips running back up to the house from the direction of the driveway?
Yeah, you had a glitch in your video, but yeah, I would agree with it. That's had it not glitched, that's what it would be presenting.
And she appears to be screaming and crying during that run up through.
She does.
And then she enters the house.
Yes.
And it appears that she continues to scream and cry even after she's inside of the house. We could try it one more time.
Yeah, I guess the glitch was kind of.
I'm gonna try it one more time. Playing. From what we were able to see of this video, Investigator Leinfelder, does it appear that Ms. Phillips continued to yell and cry even after being inside of the house?
Yes, it does appear that way.
All right. And obviously that's a reaction consistent with somebody who's just found their husband dead?
Consistent with yes.
Are you asking for that to be received also?
Yes, I would offer video number 3 in the same subfolder.
The objection.
Your Honor, no objection. To the extent that it's being offered, why it's being offered, I would request we maybe have a sidebar because based on the glitch afterwards and out of the presence of the jury. But no objection to what's been done.
Yeah, we'll clarify it later.
Okay. We've discussed this already, but Investigator Leinfelder, back in February of 2019, the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department was not using body-worn cameras at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had not been issued body cams at that point.
Correct to assume that your initial interactions with Ms. Phillips inside of her home were not recorded in any respect then?
That's also correct.
Did you personally take any of the scene photographs?
No, I did not.
I'm going to cover a little bit of what I cover with Sergeant Valencia with you as well. You agree that the Phillips home is in a rural part of the county?
Yes.
And that on any given night, we might have between 4 or 5 patrol deputies on the road?
Yes.
And that area of the Phillips home was within the primary jurisdiction of the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
That is correct.
And I assume that your patrol is divided up by quadrants or sectors to some degree?
Yes, our patrol division has what we consider a north, center, and south sectors, which patrol deputies are typically in those scheduled to the north sector. They stay to the north. They have a sergeant that will float. Sometimes we have the luxury of having what would be referred to as a wild car that could go anywhere in between.
Okay. And in some cases, a patrol car or a unit might be occupied and take some time to respond to an emergent call in rural home, correct?
I'm not found occupied busy?
Yes.
Typically, if we have an emergency call in the north sector and the north car was already tied up on another call, then either the center car or the sergeant or the wild car would be then dispatched to that incident to assist.
And in those circumstances, it wouldn't be unusual to take 5, 10, 15 minutes for help to arrive at the area where help was needed.
Yes.
And under those circumstances, somebody who's calling about an ongoing attack is effectively left on their own, right?
Yes, yes.
And one of the things that, in your 30 years of law enforcement, you've worked with 911 dispatchers, right, Investigator Leinfelder?
I have.
You've certainly listened to a number of 911 calls, right?
Yes, I have.
One of the first things a 911 dispatcher will tell a person who's being attacked is to flee the area if they can, correct?
It'd be one of the, I don't know if it'd be the first thing, but it would be up there. I guess I can't answer that question more so. First thing they're going to ask is what's the address of your emergency, and then what do you have? So I can't really say much other than that.
Under no circumstances will your dispatchers or you recommend to somebody who's being physically attacked that they simply stay put and take no action?
No, that would not be something a dispatcher would tell them or a patrol officer. But again, it would be through dispatch. The dispatchers would not give that direction to anybody.
One moment. That's all I have for you. Thank you, Investigator Leinfelder.
Yeah.
Redirect.
Your Honor, before I begin, I would request a brief sidebar. When Attorney Zacher is ready.
Sure.
Investigator Leinfelder, I will, I guess, begin where Attorney Zacher had left off. He had asked you about response time in this particular area, about the 10, 15 minutes for law enforcement to get to a potential domestic violence scene. Is that?
He asked me that
Remember
question.
that question?
Yeah, I remember that question.
Is it your memory that Ms. Phillips during her interview had indicated that at one point she thought she saw a cop while she was in the subdivision or law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, I guess, where is that subdivision in relation to the Phillips home?
She had said that it was approximately, there's two different subdivisions down W. She had implied that it was, she was down 2 miles down from the residence on W when she thought that there was a law enforcement officer behind her.
And did she say anything about seeing, I guess, some other person or neighbor in the subdivision?
Yes, she had pulled into the subdivision and said that there was another, I want to say she said a white SUV, we'll say it's just an SUV, that had pulled in that she thought may have been the police officer. She realized it was this SUV, and she watched that vehicle pull into the driveway, into the garage, apparently right where she was parked within the subdivision, is what her statements were.
Do you recall her saying anything about attempting to contact who she saw?
No.
Attorney Zacher had, I guess, asked about the driver download data and things like that. Do you remember saying something about detecting a significant collision?
I believe that's what I remember the conversations that we had regarding during some of the debriefings, that to get anything off of a computer download, there has to be a significant event for it to register within the computer system.
So in terms of the data that would show up, I guess what I'm asking is, elaborating on that point, are you saying that it's your understanding that a significant collision is what would cause these particular data points to trigger?
Judge, I'm going to object, lack of foundation.
Sustain. Go ahead.
Do you have anything to elaborate further on what you meant by significant collision when you said what you just said?
Objection, bag.
Sustain.
Have you seen, I guess, you had a chance to look at the truck.
I did.
Would you agree that the truck did not have any serious damage or indicia of a car accident?
Yes, we have showed numerous pictures of that, and standing next to it and observing it, there was no significant damage, scrapes, or anything that we saw on the outside of the truck.
In your training as a law enforcement agent, officer, what you've testified to, do you know or have you seen significant collisions?
I have seen significant collisions.
So when you personally use the word significant collision, was there anything on that truck that indicated that?
No, there's nothing on that truck that indicated any type of even a minor incident, minor accident. It was pristine as far as the body work was concerned.
So based only on the scope of what you testified to when you answered that question and what you know about the data points that you had previously testified about, I guess, from what you observed on the truck, is there enough of a significant collision to have triggered a data point?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I asked just for his scope and what he's already testified to.
Sustain. Keep on going.
You were asked questions about the diamond earring in the driveway. Do you recall that?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You were asked questions about the diamond earring in the driveway. Can you repeat that? I mean, do you remember that part of your cross-examination?
Of the earring in the driveway, is that what yeah, I remember.
The driveway of the Phillips home.
Okay, yeah.
Based on your interview with Lori and what you learned from there, is it your understanding that the diamond earring was removed at the bar or at the driveway?
Lori's statement to me was that that incident with the earring occurred at the dive bar, in the dive bar parking lot.
You were asked questions about what you observed on Ms. Phillips, her body.
Yes.
You were asked questions. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall being asked questions about what you observed in the interview?
Yes.
Did you observe throughout the process of your investigation or have any information that was brought to you after that interview regarding bruising, injuries, that kind of thing for Ms. Phillips?
Ms. Phillips did not contact me regarding any, is that what you're asking me, if I was contacted by anyone to present injuries?
I guess, did you see any pictures regarding potential bruising after the interview with Lori Phillips that we saw?
Much later, I believe that there was some, but I don't know the context of those. They weren't presented to us, to me, anytime in a relative soon time after the incident.
So at some time after, though, you did see some type of marking on Ms. Phillips, or what was represented to you as that?
I guess in preparing for the trial, was when I saw those.
But in the interview, the one we saw on that particular day, did you observe anything at that particular time?
I did not observe anything during the interview when she attempted to show me any marks or injuries on her body. I did not observe anything at that time.
You were asked questions relating to why you didn't do like a strangulation guide or some type of questionnaire like that with Ms. Phillips. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked that, yes.
And you were asked about the details about this particular domestic incident and what you learned about this particular domestic incident.
Yes.
Recall that part of the cross-examination?
Yes.
Things like the strangulation guide and some of the details relating, or the policy of your department. Why do you collect that data? Or why do you do it like that, I guess, is why I'm asking the question.
Part of the strangulation paperwork is because there's times when individuals can, injuries can be done to the throat area during a strangulation event that could come up later on, such as swelling that might not present itself immediately. But then could have a possibility of presenting itself later with possibly difficult breathing at that point or anything like that.
Is part of the, I guess, in terms of your training experience, is part of the training experience you've received in domestic violence, do you believe the purpose, or do you understand, or do you know that the purpose of that is to limit or reduce incidents of domestic violence? Is that fair?
Yes.
And is one way of doing that to remove the perpetrator from the area or the incident, the perpetrator being the person who has committed the act of domestic violence?
Yes, and that's by law, that if we have a domestic situation in which anything were physical or even disorderly conduct, and it fit the domestic relationship definition, those situations are mandatory arrest. So the perpetrator, the aggressor in those situations is typically arrested.
So when you gather, are you finished?
Yes, sorry.
So when you gather all that information, is the idea that if there's an act of domestic violence that you would, based on what you just said, arrest the perpetrator?
Yes.
Was there any reason to arrest Mark Phillips here?
Judge, objections. Well, speculation.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Recross?
Just to clarify, Investigator Leinfelder, your remarks about not observing a bruise on Ms. Phillips, are you saying that your testimony at the preliminary hearing where you did describe seeing a bruise on Ms. Phillips was inaccurate, or you just don't recall at this point 5 years after the fact?
I think that I just recall during the time of that interview when she was pointing to her throat area, I didn't observe any injury to her. I believe if I had observed any injury to her at that point, I would have documented it, much like it's part of the evidence. If there's nothing there, there's nothing to document.
Well, you documented a bruise in your police report, right?
I'd like to see that again, if you could point that out to me, and if we could go through the whole paragraph there.
Well, and you said that you asked Ms. Phillips about the bruise on her chest, right?
I asked her about that.
And then under oath at the preliminary hearing, you testified that you observed a bruise on Ms. Phillips' upper right chest, right?
I believe that was a question that you asked me, and I answered affirmatively, yes.
And you answered affirmatively because that was the truth, correct?
Again, my recollection of when I observed during the interview that I did not observe any injury to her neck.
Thank you.
Any more redirect?
May I request a defense exhibit 15 or 515? I am handing you what has been previously accepted and received as a defense exhibit 515. Is that the copy of your report, or your original report that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Previously, just a minute ago, you had asked to see the report or to see the quote.
Yes.
Can you review that quote and respond to the question now that you've seen it?
Judge, objection, vague.
I agree.
Can I read the paragraph?
Well, can you review your report and then as it relates to what you observed on Ms. Phillips' chest during that interview, can you answer that question?
So Ms. Phillips, during the questioning, was unsure if there was a mark there or not because she was wearing the same clothes. I asked her about the bruise. My statement is, I asked Lori about the bruise on her upper chest, and she said yes. So I was asking her. She said that there was a bruise. I was asking about the bruise, which she said yes. I'm not saying that I observed a bruise on her at that time.
I'm handing that exhibit back to the clerk, and I have no further questions.
Recross?
Just very briefly, can I get back? All right, I'm going to publish page 43 of Exhibit 516, which is a certified transcript from the preliminary hearing. And I'm just going to ask to confirm here that this was your testimony, Investigator Landfelder. I asked you the question, quote, when you spoke with Ms. Phillips, you were able to observe a bruise on her upper right, I guess, chest area, end quote, and your response was, quote, I did observe that, yes, end quote. Is that correct?
As I said before, yes. That's the way I answered your question during the preliminary hearing.
Nothing further.
No, Judge, I don't have anything further.
All right. Thank you. May step down. We're close enough to 4:30. It's been a long day. If you can be here at the same time, 8:30, 8:45, we'll start. I will say that we might go a little bit later tomorrow, trying to get more of this done so we can get done in time on Friday. I hope you all understand it's taking a little bit longer than we thought, and so, but I'm trying to avoid some other circumstance in the future for you. So, please don't talk about the case with anybody. Don't look at the newspaper. Don't look at any type of media, because there is some out there, I'm guessing. Also, you know, I said this before, but it's really important. You do not look at internet or anything about any of this information. Only information in this courtroom. I know when a day gets on, you get curious, but that's something you can talk about during the deliberations. And I'd ask you, please follow those rules, because as you can see, there's a lot of work just to get to this point. So, all right, have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning.